Hey all, how we doing? Yep, we're gonna be watching the Xbox and PC Gamer showcases today. Yeah, Xbox uppercase. It's all uppercase now. Got about 27 minutes, so I figured while we were doing that, or while we're waiting for this, we could watch and fast forward through the Enya 3 that we missed. Announced Zeke's favorite gaming series is coming back. Oh, Barbie. Barbie Rewind, yeah. I've been excited for that one for a while. You're welcome, Hukan. You are welcome. What up, Aziazora? How you doing? So what are we excited about for this this shit here? Yo, Chief Greenleaf with 103 months. Thank you. Out of all the games announced, what is your most anticipated game or the game that intrigued you the most? I've been saying Tenebrae Somnia. Tenebrae Somnia is the game for me. It's a point and click game with FMV elements and horror elements, and it looks super interesting. Oh, and there's Khalif. Didn't expect you to be here so early. Well, thank you, Khalif. Clockwork Revolution stated to Gate 3. Okay. Didn't Ko say there was going to be no Emberville? Didn't he say that yesterday? Is this a pre-show? No, this is the Enya 3 showcase that I wasn't up in time for. I wasn't sure like how much of it was going to be all in Spanish and not understandable by me, but apparently I watched a bit of it and it's mostly just game trailers and no host or anything. So it was actually it's actually a pretty decent little showcase here. But yeah, we're in the Xbox waiting room right now. 24 minutes. On 720p for some fucking reason. Yeah. This one looks good. Alchemice. Looks neat. Think we get something from the Elder Scrolls 6? I mean, if we did, this would be the place to do it. Well, the funny thing is, the Game Awards is 720p. But the Twitch.tv/Xbox is 1080. Star Trek Shadow Frontier? No, Oh, no, I didn't see it. I didn't watch any IGN Live. Why watch it on TGA instead of Xbox? Because I can co-stream it. I don't know if it, like, is there anything happening? I mean, that's the thing. I have 3 of them. I have 3 streams pulled up, or, well, 2 streams pulled up. I have the Game Awards, which is at 23 minutes, and the YouTube channel, which is at 22 minutes, so I'm just waiting for JP to tell me which one he's watching it on, and I'll just watch it on that one. Whatever. I don't care. No drops that I'm aware of. Okay, so slash Xbox probably fine. Okay, cool. Thank you, Vincent, for gifting a sub to He Does Not Care. Yeah, YouTube showcases 4K at 60 FPS, and it's ahead. Whoops. See, this Twitch is at 2201. This is at 2141, so it's like 20 seconds ahead, or 15 seconds. So I'm hoping we watched on this because we can get it in, because we get it in 4K. Yep, see, 2104. Yeah, it's like 15 seconds ahead. What up, Ragnahel? I have not seen the Obsession yet, but I want to. This looks fun. I will, Chief Greenleaf, thank you. I've got one sleeping under the desk right now. Have you got time to see Iron Lung on streaming? It's on YouTube for rent or buy. I have not watched it yet, but I will.
Hola, todos los aficionados.
I'm sorry to hear about your loss there, Chief Greenleaf. Bestario. Any game in particular hoping to see some gameplay from the Xbox Showcase? Honestly, not really. Like, I don't look up ahead of time what might be there, so I'm pleasantly surprised by stuff. If you want like predictions and shit like that and leaks and stuff like that, JP is big on that stuff. But me, I just don't look. Would you pop for Persona 6? I mean, not really, because like it's kind of expected that, I mean, it's coming at some point. I mean, yes, I will be happy for it, but everybody knows there's going to be a Persona 6. Like, Persona 5 was so popular. Sold, as far as I know, sold really well. I'd love something that I'm not expecting. You know, like, I mean, pie in the sky, like BioShock 4 or something like that. Like, that's something I would like, you know, pop off for. Well, Elder Scrolls 6, I mean, we know the Elder Scrolls 6 is in the works right now, right? When they announced it was in the works, that's when, you know, I was like, yeah, that's awesome. But then again, I didn't really pop off a lot because it wasn't, you know, the Elder Scrolls. I've liked them less and less since Morrowind. Like, Morrowind's my favorite, Oblivion's my second favorite, and Skyrim's my third favorite. The Twitch stream is not in 1080p. The Game Awards Twitch stream is in 720. Now it's in 360. For some reason. Okay, now it's in 720. But hopefully JP will be like, I want to watch the one that's ahead of all of them, because that's YouTube. YouTube is ahead of Twitch by like 15 seconds. The longest game you played in recent memory? Recently, probably like Dune Awakening or whatever that was. I think I played like 60 or 70 hours of it. I mean, before that, like Metaphor ReFantasio took me 100 plus. This game looks fucking weird and I like it. Hades 2, Slay the Spire. Let's see. Hades 2, I put 82 hours in Hades 2. Slay the Spire, 80 hours in Slay the Spire 2. So I guess those are probably more. I forget that I put that much time in those. No, I got Ascension 5 on all of them. And then I just kind of stopped. I'm like, meh, I'm good. Yeah, Catechesis looks cool. I don't know, Banana Doggy. I don't look into it. I do not look beforehand to see like what is Xbox gonna show, because I like surprises. So I kind of keep myself in the dark. Not like willfully keep myself in the dark. You know, I'm not like, don't show me anything. I'm just like, I don't go searching it out. Now this song's a bop. This song is so AI, right?
Even when it seems impossible. This is the most human thing you can do. Do you also feel it? I think we're gonna be alright.
Potterson, like there's whole websites dedicated to like spoiling shit before it happens, like leaks and all that kind of stuff, because people don't like surprises, or they want to know before everyone else, which is, I guess I can kind of understand that. How long is Xbox? I don't know. I'm guessing like an hour and a half, I would imagine, but I don't know for certain. But it's also like, it's not just a yeah, it's Xbox Game Showcase and Gears of War E-Day Direct, whatever that means. Yeah. All right, we'll watch the end of this trailer and then just hang out in Xbox, I guess.
Goodbye, I say hello. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Can you pump up the fucking attitude a little bit?
No, I hate Xbox. I'm gonna have a bad time. No, I'm kidding.
Do you really hate Xbox?
No, I don't.
You're-
I'm kidding.
You really hate Xbox? Well, I'm gonna tell Asha that.
No, I've just been sitting here chilling.
Watch on /Xbox, by the way.
Why is that?
Because I said so, motherfucker. Huh? You gonna ask questions? You gonna be a little bitch, baby? Huh? Huh?
No.
Hello?
I will not be a little bitch baby. Although the YouTube channel is about 20 seconds ahead.
Yeah, well, you know, you gotta watch on Xbox.
Okay. Whatever, man. Okay. At least it's 1080.
Yeah. Summer Game Fest is 720.
I know. Oh, are you sponsored for this?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
One sec, be right back.
Okay. I'll be right here. Thanks, Ezra Zed, for the Prime sub. Thank you for checking your Prime and using it on me. Next if then is Saturday. This Saturday. We bumped it by a week because of all the showcases and stuff. Doing all right, big man? I'm doing all right. You know, I'm trying to sell my house and it's not going super great right now. So we got to like put some money into it. It sucks. We got to put like We got to paint the interior and put new carpet in and shit like that. We thought maybe it wouldn't matter because people are going to remodel it anyway, or you know, put their own carpet in, or paint their walls the color they want. But it's just not getting a lot of bites, so we got to put some more money into it.
How do you feel about rice, Zeke?
Worst time ever to move, really. Thanks, Nihilistic Bad. I appreciate that. Real cool. Real cool.
I'll never know.
What's that, buddy?
I said, how do you feel about rice?
I feel pretty average about rice, I guess. Like, I'm not
A big rice guy?
No, rice is great. It's when you say rice, I think of just like plain white rice, and I'm like, it's a good base to put something on.
Okay.
But I've never been like, whoa, rice for dinner. Do you see what I'm saying?
I guess I do, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I do.
Hi,
Hello.
how we doing?
Why are you so low, Cobe?
I'm so low.
Oh, I bumped you down to 80 because you were just too much yesterday, man. Holy.
It happens. It happens. Sometimes I just get in the sauce and it's just a mess.
How do you feel about rice, Cobe?
About rice? I think
Yep.
a friend came over last night and made some of the most banging risotto I've ever had in my life. So I'm kind of on a rice kick right now, dude.
Let's fucking go. Let's hear
Let's
it for
go.
rice, baby. Let's hear
Hell
it for
yeah.
rice.
Love it. Dude, I'm in Gothic 1. I'm helping the rice farmers. This is happening.
Really?
Yeah. It's great. All right, we're watching this, by the way.
Slash Xbox.
Slash
Probably
Xbox?
Slash Xbox, great.
Yeah.
I probably could have guessed that.
Well,
Well, it's
there
on.
is a lot of other sources.
Yeah, it's on 3 different streams.
Also, Co, I should congratulate you on having friends. Good job.
Thank you. It's someone from the industry. So, it half counts.
I honestly thought, like, when you said, like, I had a friend over that made risotto, I'm like, it's probably like Wolfgang Puck or some shit like that, isn't it?
I think you guys know Andy, right?
Oh, yeah. Andy Unique.
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
Yeah. Man is a joy.
And a chef. I actually bought his book.
Yep. It's very good.
Yeah.
Too many drop frames? Oh, Lord. We aren't already skipping frames on the main, are we? Not that we're
No.
No. Looks good to me.
what is the Gears of War E-Day Direct? When is that happening?
Directly
It's
after.
part of the 2 hours.
Oh.
Thanks, Spencer, for the bits. Sorry.
Yeah,
we
so
can't
it's
play
probably
it.
a 90-minute show.
Sorry, it's
And
muted.
then a 30-minute
Oh.
thing on Gears of War.
You guys want to watch it?
But it's
Yeah.
too
yeah, dude. Let's do
big.
I hope
it
it's not
leads to-
spoilers, as somebody who's never played Gears of War.
It's a prequel, so.
You never play Gears of War?
Good, yeah.
Gears of War is great.
No, I never have. I
serious,
think I'm
man.
going to play it for the first time for this, like, do a franchise playthrough.
It's a good game.
The
We can
story's
make it happen.
good. The gameplay's kind of samey throughout, which is not a bad thing.
For the base games, the games up until the new one, I'm probably just going to drop it to normal. Just do straight up story runs, like rip through them.
Oh,
to
good.
learn
Yeah.
all the characters, learn all the story beats, and then when the new one comes out, like hardest difficulty, let's go kind of stuff.
The OGs on the hardest difficulty are
I heard like
a
God of War.
challenge.
Yeah, they've heard them compared to the original God of Wars. Yep. So I'm not interested in that. I don't need to double or triple my playtime for these games. So yeah, we're good. We're good. Oh.
Yeah, we're taking a week off this week from Drop Frames the show because we have some rebranding that's taking place right now in the back end. So we'll be back next week with our normal show.
Oh, we're taking next week off too?
No, just this week off
Oh, okay.
Cool.
from
So
like
no
the
drop rate-
actual show.
Oh. This is happening right now.
Yeah, there's some rebranding happening right now.
Is it now drop frames in all caps?
Nope.
Oh, only
Oh.
frames, of course.
Well, I didn't want to
Oh.
spoil the surprise. but yeah.
oh yes. Oh yes.
Yeah.
I love so much that the biggest thread about that joke was ripped down from Reddit.
Yeah.
That's so good.
So someone redeemed a soundbite. I usually don't do that during this, but I think you'll like the soundbite.
You're gonna look so good sucking. It's gonna look so
Yeah.
good. Oh my.
That was from Ewan Gathalion.
Oh. That certainly can't be taken out of context.
No, I definitely did not do that and put it on my soundboard.
Kiryu, hold me.
Ma'am, have y'all seen the like people that have said they're done with RGG because of that whole Tupac and Snoop thing?
I believe it, man. I believe it.
I was kind of shocked
There was-
that happened.
There was some relatively like scathing commentary going around. Like
Yeah.
one of the big ones I read that definitely hit me was that, you know, apparently there is a mechanic in there about this music thing, and the premise is that you would discover Tupac. Like, and it's kind of like,
No.
yeah, like he would, yeah. So it's like, no, dude, let's not do that. That's, I don't.
Doesn't the
I
whole
don't
game
know,
take
man.
place like in the past, like in the
Yeah, it's in like the 30s, 50s,
There
and
you go.
60s.
There you go.
Yes, it's a very, very weird decision. We have Kojima joining up with an AI film
Oh,
company.
he said
and
he's done
promoting
with
that.
AI though.
Oh.
He came out this morning and said he's done.
Oh, so he's not doing that.
No.
Good.
He was in the it was a Prada ad, I think is what it was.
Yeah, it was something real weird. But I thought he came out after. But anyway, that was a wicked backlash. And then it's like then this now too. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. Yep.
Yeah, Kojima came out and said he was done with Prada and Jeff Keighley.
Wait a second. Now
So
I
he's
can't
done.
tell if you're just trolling.
No, he said he's done. He said, fuck that guy. He didn't give me Death Stranding 2 Game of the Year.
All right, I don't even know what's going on anymore.
He's done. They broke up. Did you guys know that Asha means hope?
It means what?
Hope.
Like hope? Like the good
Yeah.
kind?
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Oh, thank you. Here we go. What,
Love
what is this?
Oh, is it their anniversary? Or close to it?
I don't know.
Cool.
I wonder, is pedantic the word? Is that the right word?
Oh, that is so pedantic.
To
Is that how you
describe
meant to say
what?
it? Yes.
To describe what I'm worried that this is going to be. We love
think this is gonna
gamers,
be
and they're just going to be rubbing.
Well, I mean, it's their prerogative to celebrate their anniversaries. That's cool. As long as I'm with you though. As long as it doesn't get too. But yeah, I mean, I'm here for it, man. This is Asha's first big show, so the vibe alone of this show is going to be interesting.
It's important,
It's going to
yeah.
be direction setting. Yeah.
I agree.
So we'll see. Yeah, a word. Biotic says, "Do you mean pretentious?"
This is the
A little
Coalition
bit. Yeah.
Emergency Broadcast
Oh.
System.
Okay, Gears right
Yo,
out
what
of
you
the
do?
gate.
What
There
you?
are reports of multiple tremors causing minor damage across Kelowna.
Oh my, let's do.
Stay sharp. Don't let them surround you.
There should be more guns in the trunk.
Here, strap these on.
This isn't enough. We should still head to the police station. We're gonna have more firepower there.
Right. Yeah. It's about 2 blocks up ahead.
Bro, another
Okay.
site just called us OnlyFans for the record.
Watch for civilians.
Really? Was it only France?
Vel just linked it. Yeah. Apparently it pinged the OnlyFans article as a source. I love it.
This is a strange looking Gears. Marcus is wearing a shirt.
Dude, this is fly. This looks good. Wait, I think the guy still died.
Yeah.
Died?
Probably. Marcus is running like he shit his pants.
Yeah. He's running like he's still in big armor, funny enough.
We need to keep moving. Through the underpass.
Battery rides horses. Maybe he
Let's
rides
get
horses.
moving.
Got that horse rider stance.
Let me see what I can do.
I'm at the pan safe. I need backup. These things are all over me.
Wait, were those guns?
Any gears out there?
Did the
Anyone
enemies
that can
just
hear
get here?
Yeah, I think that's what they're
So,
saying.
are those guns they're carrying around just like police issue?
But Core is, I don't know if they're a part of the army at this point.
Oh. Holy shit, look at that thing.
But they did rip them from a police car, you're right.
Open fire.
Oh, did they? Okay. Yeah, the bayonet's pretty metal for a police weapon. But hell, I don't know the state of the world. I never played this game. So yeah, it's pretty cool to learn all this. That chunky cover lock.
Reloading. Cover me.
We need another Gears Tactics. Dude, Gears Tactics was great.
I would prefer Gears Tactics to this.
That gear
honestly.
said they're stuck in
Really?
the pay and save.
Yeah, that Gears game was great.
Which way?
Yeah, I
on
love
the other
Tactics.
side
That's
of
the only Gears of War game I've played all the way through. And it was
At
great.
least
Full
that thing
time.
carved us a shortcut.
Through here.
I don't know, man. This still looks pretty fun. This looks it's very story focused. I'm all for it.
Too slow. Oh, bugger! Come on then.
Nice shot. Oh, where the hell did you lot come from?
We heard your distress call.
Well, you saved my ass. But we need to make ourselves scarce. These fuckers keep pouring in every few minutes.
More Tremors, watch it!
Right on schedule.
Am I gonna play solo when I do it? Are these games fully co-op through the story?
Who are you?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, up to 4 player, I think.
Where's your squad?
Well, dang. Maybe I'll pull a couple mods with me. Are you guys interested in replaying them through for any reason?
Survivors nearby.
We're playing them, probably not, but playing this, maybe.
I might be.
Cool. Okay. Maybe we should bring in like Barry and Zeke. Have ourselves a party. Gears of War Warathon. Ooh.
These things been coming in waves?
Ah, what's the problem, Colorado?
Bring Dan in too. Oh, is Dan not playing? Dude, that'd be pretty crazy. Dan, Zeke, and Barry. That's a damn team.
Double nice.
Handlebars. Jeez.
Reloading.
See, that's me right there. That's me. Fruitlessly shooting at the guy behind obvious cover.
Anyone see him?
Shotgun's done back now.
Contact
pretty good.
front.
There's no end to these freaks.
Are all the Gears of War on PC these days?
I think so, yeah.
On your right, I got it.
Oh, apparently no. I don't know which ones aren't.
2 and 3 are not. Oh, bummer. Okay.
That from the bayonet to the chest.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm good.
Tom.
I'm almost out. Fall back.
Our roads converge again. Marcus Phoenix.
Damn. Cool.
Oh, they've got like different creatures now. That was cool.
See, as somebody who's not familiar with the franchise, just from what I saw, that looks a lot of fun. Like that looks
Oh yeah,
kind
the
of great.
games, all the games are pretty fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that looks
They're
awesome.
just kind of, all the games are kind of samey, which isn't a bad thing, but
Welcome to the
yeah.
Xbox Game Showcase. For the past 25 years, Xbox has delivered some
Hi,
of the
Asha.
greatest games of all time. Games that changed what was possible, games that brought players together, and games that defined generations. Xbox was built on the spirit of creativity and heart. And as we kick off the show with Gears of War E-Day, it's only fitting that as we return to Xbox, we return to Gears. So today, we're announcing that Gears of War E-Day will be an Xbox console exclusive.
that sucks
The
because
core of
Wait, it's not
Xbox
gonna
is
be
great
already
games,
known.
and that's what today is all about.
they
We're going to show
Jeff
you more
Grubb
than
leaked that
25
last
titles
night.
from creators around the world, followed by our Gears Direct. Enjoy the show.
So no Gears on PC. You know, Co, I might have to back out of this. Because I do not own an Xbox S or X.
Yeah.
Well,
Do I
console
remember the
exclusive
moment my
doesn't
powers came
mean
in?
that it's never on PC.
Is that something that Xbox
Well, I
fans
was
would
being
cheer
crushed to death
by hearing
with
that?
seawater and
Yes.
mud and
Yeah.
manure
Yeah.
whilst holding onto my sister's hand. I remember her fingers gripped so tightly in mine that her nails drew blood. Until
Oh, it is on Steam though.
I lost her grip.
Is it gonna take the page down?
But she stayed away.
You can pre-purchase it, so I'm
Anyway,
guessing
anyway.
not.
Yeah.
Does stick in the memory a bit,
What's
yeah.
Peggy Carter doing here?
Wait,
I know
what is
why
this?
you're here.
Isabel,
You
hero
want to
of
talk about
Blazecraft.
them? They're not real
Oh,
heroes.
this is fake.
Is this Fable?
All that power, how do they use it? Killing mindless beasts. Fighting petty villains. None of that matters.
Look what the guild shut out.
A real hero knows how to wield power. They don't waste their time in trivialities.
You're back. And dressed like a twat.
Things to worry about the vegetables.
A hero knows how to live with their choices.
Oi! What the fuck was that?
Well, I was just...
Just sent my brother into the infinite fucking abyss without even asking permission.
Remorse. Remorse is for the guilty. Look, I will tell you what I told them. Albion is broken, and I'm going to mend it.
Dude, this looks awesome. Wait a second. This looks great.
Doesn't need heroes. It needs a hero.
You're a monster.
And
Whoa.
that hero
Chat seems pretty split on it. I think this
is
looks
me.
awesome. Huh.
Cool. Haley Atwell's the bad guy. I
I
like
think
it.
that looks fun. It looks like there's a ton of different things going on, which is great.
Or maybe he's the big bad guy.
Cool. Okay. That looks fun.
Hey, release date,
great.
February 23rd. Great.
Yeah, we knew it got pushed back. Unfortunately. But probably for the better. They really can't screw up that release. It's got to be rock solid.
It's the Halo.
You've heard the story.
The Halos.
Halo. The Chief.
stuff of legends. But that's not the story I'm telling today.
Did I play the original Fable? Oh yeah, I played them all.
This one,
been a long time now.
You haven't heard.
Whoa,
I've
what?
started simple enough. Drop in, grab the goods, get out before anyone noticed. Well, guess what? They noticed.
Wait, a Halo Extract? What?
This looks like a prequel.
But he just
Now you ready to
described
get
an
to it?
extraction shooter.
You serve long enough, you learn to read a battlefield. This place, more of a freak show. And trust me, I know freaky.
Have you enjoyed your stay so far, Demon?
Oh my god.
Sorry to interrupt,
What the hell,
but
Sergeant
we're on
Johnson?
the clock.
That is
The thing with simple jobs is, they always get complicated. Plans change. Odds get worse.
this doesn't look like an
My
extraction.
advice,
Yeah, it might just be a
bring a
prequel.
Spartan.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's
Hell?
cool looking.
Whoa.
So it's just new missions in the remake.
Huh.
Chief, you ever get tired of being the strong, almost silent type? No.
Oh, that's next week. I think that is new. The date's new.
There's something on this island. It's like it calls to me. You and my father found that island thanks to me.
There's more to this than you understand.
Damn, those faces look great.
I've proven
This
myself.
Plague Tale, right?
Have you
Is
really?
it?
A sword keeps you alive.
It's from Focus.
A dagger wins the fight.
Holy shit, man.
I don't remember this level of combat.
This looks
though.
pretty great. Yeah.
It's mad.
The final
Can I say this is Plague Tale?
is about to begin!
Where are the others? Ezra's dead. Lenny. They're all dead. Move!
But you couldn't have said, hey, Lenny. You know those
Man, I'm
ancient
sold.
death curse rumors? Well,
This looks
maybe
great,
they're
too.
true. Sit in. And I
Oh, okay.
Resonance, A Plague Tale Legacy, August 27th.
Great. Wait, there's something else that comes out like
And a day
August
on Game Pass, nice.
27th.
Dude, that looks
You ever heard
fantastic.
of the Midnight Channel?
Yeah, this is the P4 remake.
Domino might have been on that Midnight Channel before she died too.
Oh, that comes out the same day as Star Wars.
Wait, which one? The XCOM or the
Plague
Race?
Tale game.
Where are we?
Which Star Wars?
Feels like we're
The
someplace
XCOM
totally
game.
different.
Oh, damn, that's gonna be a good day.
Yeah.
Now then, whatever's going on here, we're getting to the bottom of it.
To wield a persona is to wield
They should
direct
drop this
control
today.
of one's heart. And the heart
What
is
have you heard,
strengthened
JP?
through bonds.
So I'm just saying, like, I want to play this today.
Doesn't
I
it
don't want
sound
to wait
cool?
Someone had to see
an
that.
amount of time.
I'm glad it was you.
JP's like, I
supposed
want
to
to wait
be
till
him?
approximately 7 p.m. for my
Good
sponsored
times never
segment.
seem to last long.
No, no,
I
no.
hate you, sneaky, stupid bully jerk. I can't wait.
So, shall we?
Really?
Wait, is it fully voiced?
Don't call me that.
All shadows
Wait,
were
is it?
originally born
Looks like
from
it.
humans.
Oh, they're talking a lot.
And that means Senpai got killed by her other self.
No! Get out of here!
We hadn't seen Teddy up to that point, so I was hoping they kind of like, you know, took him out.
No, you can't kill Teddy.
I would actually consider this if it's for reversed. The problem is Persona games and even like ReFantazio, it's like 20% of its voice. Also, because they only show that part.
I think I'd like to help too. I'm not running away from this.
This looks, you know, I was kind of down on this, but this looks great.
So yeah, I'll be counting on you, partner.
Oh
Let's
man,
team
I
up
was
and
very
catch
confused by
this
that image a
jerk.
second ago. For a second.
Let's end it. Here, go. Persona.
Oh, okay.
Another February. Okay.
February's looking good.
February's starting to pile up a little bit.
It's par for the course. Yeah.
Somebody said JP's down for the Ayaya? No way. Uh-oh. Oh, is this Saw? What is that doing? It's winding something up.
It's probably State of Decay.
It's a bomb,
right?
It's a bomb. Damn it.
Yeah, this has to be State of Decay.
My friends and I used to argue about what ended the world.
I heard State of Decay 2 is a really well-made game.
Yeah, I've never played it. I had a friend play it recently that loved it.
A virus. Something worse. It started in quiet towns. Empty roads. Places the world forgot.
Ew.
Guys, I found a nest. These survivors found each other, built walls, pushed back against the night. We'll always have each other's back. Because the world has become more dangerous than ever. The dead aren't just wandering anymore. They hunt.
Days Gone 2 looks crazy. Oh, I wish this was Days Gone 2. I wish that would exist. This is State of Decay 3. I think JP nailed it earlier. It said Undead Labs, didn't it?
In the end,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter what you believe.
This is still great. Don't get me wrong. I want Days Gone 2, but State of Decay 3, if they get this right technically, like it could be a lot of fun. State of Decay 2 was a little rough when it came out, but they patched it up. Hopefully this one will be in a great state when it comes out.
Sick jump.
Oh my god, chat. Mods, ban anyone making bad State of Decay dad jokes, please. Thank you.
Can I hear them?
You could say it was in a state of decay.
Give it. No, ban them. Get them out of here.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's not even creative.
I know. Agreed. Bannable.
On the
Yo,
sea
this
of
showcase has been pretty good so
there
far.
have been
We're doing like
plenty
game.
of grand
This is awesome.
adventures. But what if you could
I'm
make
gonna
your
always
own
deliver on the
Sea of
showcase
Thieves
front.
experience?
Yes.
With our new free update, Custom Seas, you can. Let me explain.
Custom
You
Seas.
can create new ways to play, like Rowboat Royale, where small but bloodthirsty crews duke it out in a furious battle to the death.
Wait.
Just remember to watch out for explosive
What?
barrels.
It's like custom games, but
Did they put Roblox in Sea of Thieves?
Or skeleton
that's
snipe
probably what they're
hunt,
targeting.
where the sharpest shooter with the highest score
Fortnite.
wins. Or maybe you just want to spawn this, and these, and one of those, and absolutely loads of these, and, well, you get the idea. You could create a cinematic masterpiece. With enhanced camera tools, you could show romance, action, or tragedy, or maybe just show the world from a whole new perspective. Or you could even just create a place to hang. Literally, if you want. Or you could come together for a party.
I
or
have
maybe you want
zero
somewhere
interest in
you can
this,
just kick back
but this
and
looks so
relax.
freaking cool. Like,
Whatever
this
your
makes me wish
piratical
that I was a
pursuits
Sea of Thieves
may be,
fan,
we're
because
giving you
they're
your
literally turning it
keys
into
to
like
the
a platform.
seas. There's a whole new world of
If
possibilities.
you're an active Sea of Thieves player, you must be flipping
So
your
dive
shit
in
right
and
now.
unleash your creativity. The tools
this
are
looks
now
awesome.
in your hands. What you do with them is up to you. Just try not to wreck the
And it's
place.
free.
And it's out next week.
Wow. That's cool.
11 days
That's really
from now.
cool. Damn. Metro?
There is a
Metro.
light
Metro.
in these tunnels. They call him Führer. But that is not your name. Your name is Hunter.
Wait, what?
As a Spartan, you were a legend. You stood for something. But where are the Spartans now? To protect the Metro from you. You promised a brighter future for our people. Now, the Norai spreads tyranny in your name. You swore to crush the enemy, to face them head on, and guide the Metro to the light.
Bro, wait, is this like is this something different? Is this like a mini thing between Last Light and the new
Darkness
one?
consumes you.
Oh, is this gonna be an Exodus DLC?
Like a plague. It's you.
No?
From
You don't think so?
within. Every step.
Is this just the new Metro? Maybe.
Every move. Drowns you deeper. In lies.
Yeah, this might just be the new Metro. Which is wild because that cinema trailer we saw last time, it looks like a different game compared to this.
That legendary Spartan is gone. Turned to ash. Dude, I won't stop. Until the Führer burns with him.
Oh my god.
February.
It's a total. Oh, it's a February game. No, another one. But dude, that is a totally different vibe than the trailer we saw. That was meaty. Oh, that got my heart going. Jesus, that was so good. Okay, we're gonna go over that trailer later, chat. We're not done with that. We'll be. What the?
Yeah, this is a Zeke game.
Is this your just a bird causing chaos?
I think so.
Oh, are you a bird that can't fly?
Wow, that's bad.
I just got so many feelings. If this whole game is about getting a bird to learn how to fly, I might play this.
Too bad it's in February.
I know. Could it be?
Whoa.
I hope this is the end of the game and it turns him into like some kind of crazy star-powered
bad. That's cool.
Oh man.
Funded by the UK government. Great.
That looks great.
That was the name of my college band.
World premiere.
They took my job, goddammit.
Man. Let's go know about the Goose Game. I do. That one looks a lot more endearing, to be honest. Goose is just assholes, and that game's all about being an asshole. That looks like you're being an asshole with a purpose. That's always fun. This is Neo.
Countless wars
Yeah, this is
waged
Neo.
throughout history in pursuit of the elixir of immortality.
Ooh.
A champion
4
rises,
already?
destined to quell the chaos of this senseless
Or
cycle.
DLC. It's probably DLC.
Yeah, I would guess DLC.
No?
This isn't Neo.
Yeah, that's...
Awaken. Phoenix.
Oh, Wolong 2? That's Cat's guess. Maybe. Damn, nice. There you go. Nice call,
I
Cat.
forgot that Wolong was a game.
I think I played Wolong.
So, it was you who set the Red Cliffs ablaze.
It's exactly what that guy sounded like.
I know it. To the T. That must have been a woe long time ago. Get out, mods. Mods.
No, that guy can stay. That guy can stay. Come over to my stream.
Your very own call.
Oh, it's the cold game.
Oh, this game looks so good. I can't wait for this game.
You'll be going
We're gonna make the
beautiful
best cult, chat.
Bedford County, USA. Teeming with locals waiting
We're gonna
to
build
join our
the
family.
best cult.
You better reevaluate your life choices.
You pissed off a random person on the street. You want a trophy?
Even if they don't know it yet.
We're gonna make a cult all about good vibes, and anyone who isn't on board is not on board. And we're gonna have to do something about that with our cult.
This looks so absurd.
The apocalypse.
Our character's great.
Wait up.
Looking for the owner of a severed human head. Come and collect it, or it will be given away on a first come.
Oh, good, not February. All right, they're giving us a little bit of a reprieve.
Yeah.
Thank you. God, I'm so pleased with these jokes today.
Ooh, Xbox Game Studios game. That's... I don't like how that looks.
Oh, send him a sacrifice.
Oh, it's the crazy girl.
Left your people behind. Believing time would see them heal. But what is left in the dark sickens. And some by
How did you guys enjoy the second one?
cannot be
Didn't play it.
Not as good as the first, but still, I mean, it's hard to recapture, you know, that lightning in a bottle of the first one. I'm hoping this one, whatever it is, like tries a bunch of different shit.
Good feedback. Music's pretty good.
Yeah, is that more high lung or whatever?
accept
some EDM Viking music.
Just Senua.
Oh, is it not Senua's Sacrifice anymore? Interesting. That's kind of cool. What was the second one called?
Senua's Saga.
Senua's Saga.
Answer the call.
Oh, Fallout 76. Okay.
Welcome to the surface, a sprawling paradise. Meet the locals, learn to fish. Doesn't that sound nice? What a hoot! You found loot. This is no time to hoard. Share your stroke of luck with your pals. All aboard. Build your camp as a team. Hey, life's pretty swell. But in this Appalachian wonderland, all is not well. Gadzooks! It's worse than expected. Enemies are waiting in places undetected. So suit up, son, and defend our great nation. And gather all your friends when you fight this infestation. That's the play, Daddy-O. We'll tackle them all. Rebuilding our bright future from the ashes, rising tall. When you hear adventure calling, when you're looking for kicks. Answer the call of Vault. Answer the call of Vault. Answer the call of Vault 76. Oh, dear.
What is free with an asterisk?
Free is one of those words that should not have an asterisk by it.
Ever.
Because if it has an asterisk, that means it's not free.
I swear, sometimes they're like a parody of themselves. I don't even like. I don't. I
Bethesda's back. Part 2. Elder Scrolls Online.
6, maybe.
Oh, Doom.
Okay. Hey, we can do this. We can do Doom.
Argent and Nord trembles in the wake of your actions. They follow you now.
New game or DLC?
I think
probably
DLC.
DLC with the shield, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. More Dark Ages.
Yeah.
I'm still pissed that a glitch prevented me from 100%ing this.
Really? What happened?
There was just a glitch in one of the achievements.
Why do you have his shirt, his armor on?
That's a great question.
It holds many secrets. Only
Oh shit! I got destroyed.
Whoa!
I am not your enemy.
What is that? Oh, now it's an offensive melee weapon. So we did defensive. Now it's offensive. That's cool. Okay, I can get behind this. Oh, hell yeah. All right. I'm good. This is going to be fun.
With the Slayer gone, have you not found peace? The demons, they have retreated. Their war is with him.
Both. Man, nobody does it like Doom. There's been so many games that have tried to pull this off that I've played recently, and it's like...
The Slayer is alive, and we're going to
That was
find
fun.
him.
Cool.
I don't know. They could have picked a better word than Revelations.
Wait. Oh, July. Whoa, it's in a month. Cool. Okay. Great.
That's gonna be fun. Crazy Taxi?
Okay, I'm done.
Did any of you guys perchance see any of the clips or the video of them doing this game live with a live band at GDQ?
Wait, what?
They did this game with a live band at GDQ.
And like the band did all the songs?
Yeah.
Was the live band The Offspring?
No.
That'd be amazing.
I love this game.
I can't wait to play this, dude.
I had an infinite card in an arcade, so I just played Crazy Taxi for like hours.
Oh, nice.
The console version was not as good for me. The
Dreamcast one?
Yeah, I played it arcade only.
What is this? Bro. Is that my Parading Bulls? No.
What?
What
Oh,
song
it's
is
a
this?
special.
I thought it was Bulls on Parade for a second, but it's not that. This is Crystal Method.
Yeah, what? You thought this was Rage?
Yeah, for some reason that little guitar intro at the beginning. I got all my 90s songs mixed up.
This is pure early 2000s, yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's the name of the game. The 25th anniversary translucent green Xbox. That's
kind of fun.
That is pretty neat. I gotta say,
That's
like,
kinda fun.
I'll never buy it, but that's pretty neat.
Yeah. It cost $10,000. Oh god.
We know only one
Probably.
way of life. We know the thunderous
Is this the pre-show or
crash
actual
of
show?
the
This is the
waves
show. Yeah, this is the
against our
Xbox show.
ships.
It's just
No
been
show.
game. Like they're doing it, man.
Cold steel.
I gotta admit, this is like the ultimate kind of showcase for me.
Consume our enemies. And at the moment
Let the games do the talking.
is only temporary.
Lo.
Because Valhalla opens its gates only to the worthy. And the next proving ground awaits just beyond the horizon.
Bro, that's another game I've never played.
Yeah, I was always StarCraft guy.
Yeah, same. Warcraft 2, StarCraft. Command & Conquer, did a lot of Command & Conquer and Red Alert.
Yeah. Mojang.
I play a lot of Minecraft these days.
Well, they announced the new Minecraft dungeons too. Like, do you and your kids play like mod packs, or do y'all just play vanilla, or what?
They play a lot of mod packs. They have all sorts of like RL Craft and those games they really like. But really, my youngest, my 4-year-old, he just loves building things. He every day he wants a new map so he can build buildings and like little structures in his house and stuff.
Nice.
And then my 7 and 9-year-old, they play Dungeons and this. Oh, this is Dungeons. Okay.
Yeah, this is Dungeons 2.
Dungeons 2? Cool. So, but right now my boys are into, Rowan's into Forza and Terraria. He's doing another Terraria playthrough. And him and his brother Kai play a lot of Bloons. A lot of Bloons 6.
Nice.
And Kai's playing Subnautica right now too.
Oh my God, another September game.
Not a lot of overlap between the Minecraft and GTA crowds, I'd say. That's pretty safe for them. I think having like a more family-friendly option is probably smart. Zaven says Subnautica at 7, he's not scared. Well, he mostly just sticks to the shallows and likes looking at the fishes and stuff and doing the building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
World premiere.
Ladies and gentlemen, admirers of the mysteries of magic, take your seats
Uppercut
before the lights
Games.
go down and the curtain rises. For our next act
Do we know
is
Uppercut
about
Games?
to begin.
No, never heard of it.
Are you sitting comfortably? Are you prepared to witness?
No, this is not
feats
Clockwork.
mystifying
Clockwork is in
and
exile.
illuminating?
Yeah.
This is not Clockwork
Watch
Revolution.
closely then, and let the shadows tell their story. Behold, the famous Jacob Menturo, stage
not
magician
Dishonored, guys.
extraordinaire. So brilliant were his tricks, it cast 5 long shadows behind him. They called themselves Masters. Through a deal with the devil, the Masters
It looks like Dishonored.
more power.
No, it looks like
Their
No
deal
Rest for the...
demanded a sacrifice, and in the darkness, they chose Jacob. Jacob was trapped in eternal torment, but the devil had other plans. He pulled Jacob from his
I think it's a
infernal
007
nightmare
game.
and offered
Probably.
a new
Yeah, I think so.
deal. Face their legions, their tricks, every abomination they command. Take what should have been his. Escape if he can. Oops. That's your cue. Run.
You play a magician?
I fucking love this already.
If you listen carefully right now, you can hear the screaming from Randy from Gearbox. Dude. Whoa. What the hell?
This looks really cool.
It looks Bioshocking. Bro, that is
The deal's
awesome.
a deal, Jacob. I'll see you soon.
Holy shit. Oh my god. That looked great.
Yeah, that's cool.
Wow. Okay. Yep. Very Bioshock. Very Dishonored. Yeah, that looked awesome. This has been a good show. Jeez.
New IP.
Probably halfway
That's nice.
through.
Yeah, man.
What would you give for victory?
Oh, this is Valor Mortis?
Your life? The lives of your sons?
Thank you, Bionic.
The line between victory and defeat is thin.
Just saying, if we get a Clockwork Revolution release date in this show as well, this is gonna go down as like one of the better ones for me. I can already tell.
Power. Terrible.
Yeah, I hope they're at least here. I just want to see more.
Destroy your enemies. Break their will. Would you have the strength? The resolve to wield it?
Bro. Oh, we're doing another game like this. Hell yeah, man. I haven't played this yet.
If destiny was
This is the one that had like the demo, right? Or the preview or something?
Could you sacrifice everything?
I don't know.
Chat? Yeah.
For your country. For your empire.
your
Looks badass. Yep. Another banger.
Wait, what?
What?
Really?
Interesting. I think he's my
Jesus is in this game? Oh wait, no, Vincent Cassel's the guy that danced in Ocean's 11 or 12 or whatever.
Oh yeah. Yep. He's good. He's French.
Oh.
What's your last name, Co?
Full of
Cassell.
thieves. What is it you're after?
Oh, that was a September 24th
Don't take
game,
this
by the
the
way.
wrong way, but we've been watching you. You've got talent and a lot of promise.
People are gonna go broke in September.
Are you ready to talk about planning a real heist, partner? Welcome to our Thieves Guild. Our members will show you the ropes. This job is going to need every trick in the book.
I heard that caravan should arrive tomorrow.
Some jobs call for slick distractions and quick fingers, but you never truly know what's behind a door. Or if that's not quite your style, step out of the shadows and take a direct approach. There's other treasure all around the world, if you know where to look and are willing to fight for it. Whether it's fortune, adventure, or danger, the Thieves Guild has everything you need, as long as you're willing to take it.
Don't mind if I do. Hands off the cheese. I got here first. Oh.
How many fucking studios do they have? Holy shit.
Wait, what's this?
America.
It's about to be a hunting game.
America bought Xbox. Oh, is it Flight Sim? Oh, it's Flight Sim.
Oh, cool, man.
Oh, they're gonna do like all the
cool. Yeah,
all the U.S.
dude.
monuments now.
That's fun. That's fun. I was reading a post like a few months ago about quadriplegic. He had lost everything but one arm, and before he had lost his limbs, he had done a lot of traveling. He actually lost his limbs in an accident while traveling, I believe. And he was talking about how Flight Sim let him visit some of his favorite places, and that it was like one of the most impactful things in his life, and he did it like hours a day. And I was like, that's awesome. Awesome, man. That's gaming for good.
Yeah.
It hits.
July 4th.
Oh god, the emails are starting to come in.
Oh yeah.
Did you see this trailer? Did you see this trailer? This is now released. Here's the date.
Yeah. Fuck. Not kidding.
The mountain
I got
stands
9 in the
here,
last like 12
yet
minutes.
it cannot be seen.
Oh my lord.
The wind passes without a sound. People move within.
Is this Where Winds Meet, JP?
I don't think so. Wow, you called it before I did. That didn't look like Where Winds Meet to me.
We're now used for the mastery.
Oh god, maybe I am the weed. What's happening?
Cole, I think you're the weed. I didn't call it at all.
Is that why I fit my hands? What are they doing? What are they doing? Konnichiwa! Oh god, what is
When
happening?
all is obscure,
Oh god.
the battle has only just begun.
I guess I know why they stopped sponsoring me, because I can't even recognize their name.
Every mechanism.
So, for anyone watching JP stream, my email is business@code.tv.
This is your game to decide.
Code, can we please get an uwu from you? That's for the subscribers of my OnlyFans. I'm sorry. That's not for public consumption.
Very true. So many new bosses.
Are you still playing this?
They dropped an update for it recently, and I haven't played that, but I was playing the update prior. This game has so many, like, the content is just being... There's so many updates from China already that they're updating it so frequently, it's really hard to stay... Unless you're constantly playing, it's hard to stay up to date.
Mother and their allies before me.
It's like Rebecca said it, man. If you're live service, you have to keep that content just churning out.
Yeah.
I mean, you have as much resources as they do, man. It's endless. An endless treadmill of things to do.
I said the newest Belmont would be a girl.
God has given you another chance, Rose. You must use it wisely to better control your curse and strengthen yourself.
This is beautiful. Holy shit.
Yeah, isn't it Castlevania?
This is gorgeous. Like, the animations are wild.
You are no more than an irritating thing. What makes you think you can stop me this time?
The lighting also is crazy good.
I've always wanted a pet Belmont.
Stupid girl. I will show you what hell is.
I am Rose Belmont, and I will hunt the night.
Oh my god, it's an October game!
Cool. Nice. I haven't really dug into a Metroidvania in what feels like years, but something like that could definitely bring me back. That looked really good. That looked fun.
Some years have a color to them. A haze that seems to fill the whole world.
Damn, that art style, though. Wow, that's a Ghibli movie. Holy shit.
Glow. You discover wonderful new places. Dear friends you always needed.
Princess Peach?
I feel like I'm watching this on like an old television.
Yeah.
And golden moments which linger on the warm breeze.
I like the talking catfish. I don't know why he's there, but I like him.
As you live your days as dreams.
What?
Wait, that was in an abandoned house? Vivarium? Oh, that's kind of a wild premise. Interesting. Huh. That's a very cool premise. Okay, another one. Jeez.
Oh, here it is. It's finally happening.
What's
Please.
happening? What's finally happening? Persona 6? What do you think it is, JP? Quick.
Persona 6.
Okay. This seems a little horror-y.
Good, go back to Persona 1 and 2 roots.
I gotta admit, I'm far more into something like...
That's all we're gonna get?
It's not even a freaking. It was just a vibe check. That's all it was. It wasn't even a trailer. It was just a vibe and then a title.
What? Come on. Activision.
Okay, whatever we just saw, that looks nothing like Persona 5. Like nothing about that made me think like, that's wild.
Yeah, this is what, Spyro?
Dude.
I never played a Spyro game.
I haven't either, but I have a very soft spot for this game because he looks like this dragon called Figment from Disney, and that's and he made my imagination as a child. So
well, there you go.
I'll always have a soft spot for this little purple dragon. Yeah.
He's supposed to be like a teenager or something now, right? Is that what they're going for? A teen dragon?
Does he smoke cigarettes and talk back to his parents?
He might.
Oh.
We need to get Kratos in there. Kratos gotta tame that dragon.
He like takes out a cigarette and blows fire on it to light it. I said I'd be in a minute, Mom!
Spyro the Teenage Dragon. You spend half the game in the bathroom for some reason.
It's my kind
It's gotta be
of
clockwork.
Alarms are ringing. Bullets are flying.
What you do that for?
My fingers slipped. And every copper in the tangle is on my tail.
Yep.
Yeah, here it is. Here it is.
Come to order.
Piss off! Let me introduce
There's
you
a
to
robot
some
on the
of
couch.
my esteemed
I like it.
colleagues.
Oh, there he is.
Even my schemes have schemes.
Me, I prefer to make it up as I go.
I kid you not, this is probably my most anticipated title in gaming right now. I cannot wait for this.
Oh, you'll have better odds getting through without me.
Everyone knows you're easy pickings for someone with any sand.
Then give my regards to the Sandman.
Please give us a date. Oh, yes! Give me them immersive sim elements.
Look at the bloody airships. We're not here for you.
Not here for me. I'm Anne fucking Darrow.
Time to lay our hands to mischief.
We've been preparing to rob Griswick's vault for months now. To put in the heist tonight, yeah? Morgan, get to that crane to lower the ship.
Greetings. I am the Miracle Industries auto-loading crane. If you have the authority, I am at your service.
What happens if I fired a few holes in you?
The lift is now unlocked.
Ah, defeat.
Dude, look at these character
You were all
designs.
doing so well.
Holy shit.
Do you expect us to go quietly?
Well, I certainly don't expect any trouble from some of Avalon's most disposable citizens.
Hello, frightened human. I can get you out of this. You've just jumped about 25 years back in time. This place, on this day, is ripe for changing the course of history.
This life ain't one for granting easy choices, but I just found a way to control the past. Change who's in control. Make things unfair in our favor. Brought you a little toy with a big mouth.
What a proper little villain.
A better villain than you'll ever be, you decrepit old soak.
The pimp, the plod, the priest. Who do we like the least? Oh, it's different how they do ya. The ways they stick it to ya. And when they're done with chucking it up the old downstairs, well, they're all gonna screw you in the end.
Nothing's ever given to folk like us, especially not the future. But this time, we've a chance to steal it. What more could an honest thief ask for?
Well, they're all going to screw you in the
Okay. Hey, there we go.
Very cool.
Clockwork Revolution is an original experience
Guys, that just
full
means
of
that it's not
intriguing
coming out on
characters
PlayStation.
and
It'll be on
incredible
PC.
world building. And
Okay, I'm
it's
happy
an
about that. That's
Xbox console exclusive coming in 2027. Thank you so much for joining us today. This is a milestone year for us as we
They
celebrate
should stop saying
25
Xbox
years
console
with you.
exclusive and say
we're
Xbox
excited
exclusive.
about our lineup
Because
of
then it would be like,
iconic
well, then that
games.
would mean that it's only
Record-breaking
Xbox.
Forza Horizon 6.
Well, when they
The
say
return of
Xbox
Master
console
Chief,
exclusive, it makes it sound like
rebuilt
it's
from the
only the
ground up,
Xbox
the
console,
extraordinary
right? Like, am I
world
being
of
crazy
Fable,
here?
full
No, the
choice
first one
and
makes it seem that way.
consequences.
Console
Incredible
exclusive
games from
means
our
that
partners
PC's not a
at
console.
Sega, 4A Games, Koei Tecmo, and more. And players can look forward to 2 upcoming
Wait a second.
exclusives: Gears of War E-Day.
No, I agree. I was
2026,
confused too when they
and
said
Clockwork
console exclusive. I mean,
Revolution
I
in
thought it meant not
2027.
PC.
In a moment, we'll dive into Gears of War E-Day. But before we do, one franchise that has been with us from the beginning is Call of Duty. Now it's bigger than ever with a new Modern Warfare
Guys, you could
later
say I'm
this
wrong,
year
but
and a
that's
movie
literally
on the
what they
way.
mean.
Last month, the teams at Infinity Ward and Activision
I might
gave
be
us
wrong,
a
but
glimpse
that's
of the
what they
story and
mean.
gameplay. Today, they are back.
Yeah, I
with
don't
a
think
first look at
I don't think
DMZ,
anything about NXL. Like NXL was
reimagined in a way that
grown
only
on
Call of
PC.
Duty
I don't think
can
they'd ever be in a situation where they'd be in a. I can't really see that. So I'm 90% certain it's PC 2. Yeah. In fact, give me a second.
I mean, they have a Steam page, like.
Yeah, and so does Gears of War, and it said the same thing, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and NVIDIA, yeah.
So we're good. Everything's good. Everything's good. We're good.
Now, if they wanted to be easy about it, it would be not on PlayStation.
By the way, now that we have recovered, can I just say, whoever makes the trailers for Clockwork Revolution, that is now the second trailer we've gotten from them that has been an absolute crazy-ass banger. Like,
pretty good.
Holy shit. Not only does the game look good, but the way they make those trailers is excellent. That's like 2 for 2 now. Like, shit. Anyway, okay. Good job, guys. My lord. Oh, I'm so hyped for that game.
Oh yeah, I forgot they're revealing like the new Extraction Call of Duty shooter. Or mode or whatever. That's what this is.
I'm surprised they don't have subtitles as part of the
I'm
default
gonna head
broadcast.
downstairs real quick. See if there's any
Because this is
weapons
all
securing
pre-recorded,
around.
right? They could have. Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be fine. It's only gonna take 2 seconds.
I say again, that's a negative. Okay, get your ass upstairs.
Wait, they said player voice added. Are they trying to say these are players talking?
Yeah, you don't sound like this.
I was gonna say, are the players professional voice
He's
actors?
down. Let's go help him.
Yeah.
Hell no. That's on him. I told him to get his ass up here.
Copy.
Listen, Sephiroth 420,
Where are we at on the
going
intel?
down this path.
Got it.
Central Elite 69, do you have me? Do you have me covered?
I talk like this when I'm,
On you. Buckfutter. Are you there, Buckfutter? We're charging in now. Buckfutter. Is Buckfutter
It's Buckfutter 420, please.
LD.
You know we're here.
420, please. That's my name.
This is Buckfutter. Go ahead.
Damn.
These are the best RPers for COD and comms ever.
Hey. What's up?
What he gets for talking?
Dude, did you hear though? You could hear his voice in the comms and in real life. That was actually pretty cool. This looks like this looks like the mall in Tarkov. I'm getting flashbacks right now.
Yeah, it does look like. Yeah, you're right. How many bullets?
That was so much blood. Yeah, I know. Like, he's dead, bro.
Magazine. What the hell?
This guy's shooting
reloaded
like
once.
You know, I was wondering where the reticule was, but then I saw where he was firing, and it makes sense. He doesn't have one either.
The HVT? Hey, fuck the HVT. Let's just go to exfil. Fuck.
I got you, man.
This is actually very...
You're breathing heavy. You're not doing... You're playing a video. I got you, man. Oh, I'm dragging it. Oh.
Let me get some ammo.
This is very Tarkov-y, to be honest. Are they gonna show like a loot window?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, no, they didn't. I don't know what he just picked up.
I'm totally gonna start playing my multiplayer games like this guy is. I'm immersed so hard right now.
Oh, shit.
Oh, is that jackass who's just running?
I know, right? Yep.
Oh, okay, he got his. That's what he gets.
Oh, wait. Do you hear that positional audio?
Yeah, this is
Tarkov,
very
eat your
much
heart out.
Tarkov.
No, that was actually good. You could.
Yeah,
I heard him in the top around the corner. That's not Tarkov. There's nothing Tarkov about good positional audio.
Please have medical. Oh, thank you.
Is there any ADS? Apparently there's like no UI. I think they don't have the UI on for this. I'm assuming there's a reticule and all sorts of stuff, unless this is some veteran mode or something.
Oh, shit.
This is a helmet cam. Oh, it's a spectator camera. Okay, that makes sense.
Huh.
I just watched that whole thing, and it looked good. I mean, it looked solid gunplay, right? It looked fun. I wonder if that's enough. Like, is there enough? Did you see anything new there?
Well, it
don't look good.
Like COD. It looked nothing like Call of Duty. Like, there's no drop shotting. There's no bullshit.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Good point. Do you think they're just gonna dramatically change the gunplay for that though? Like just that iteration?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I think that's what they were trying to show.
Yeah, we didn't get any Witcher 4, we didn't get any ES6. Maybe next year.
Huh, yeah, I guess that's it for the big Xbox.
That was still a great show, man. That was still a really good show. Like, very little BS, just trailer after trailer, some great announcements, great release dates. I liked Xbox this year.
Welcome
that
to
was
the
solid.
Coalition here in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, home of Gears of War. When Gears
That is
debuted
a
in
strange-looking
2006,
office.
it instantly redefined the genre. And now in 2026, we're on the cusp of another rare
Did
moment.
I like that better than SGF?
A chance to
I
honor
like the
where we've
announcements
been,
better here,
celebrate with our fans,
but the SGF
and lay
show
the
was
foundation
pretty
for
good
where
this year.
Gears
Like
is
I
going
had no issues with the SGF show presentation-wise this year. So I
To get there,
felt it
we're
was.
taking it all the way back.
I don't know.
To the day the world changed.
I really like
and the
just game
fight
shows
began.
though.
Emergence Day.
So, but SGF was good this year. Yeah, I liked it. I feel like SGF was
it's a day
safe
of
this year,
unimaginable
and I think
loss
that was
sits
good
at
after
the heart
last year.
of our universe.
Yeah.
And today, for the first time, we're ready to take you inside the studio.
Oh, when I
and
say
show you
production,
all the
I don't
ways to
mean the
play
stream being
with our new
laggy. That was a
movements,
tech not
weapons,
doing
and
something
modes
right. That's
that
not
will
what I'm
make
talking about.
E-Day
I'm talking
the
about
most
the
brutally
stage and the
satisfying
show
Gears
itself
yet.
and all that stuff.
Is that all you got?
Before we talk
Yeah,
about
the
what
technical
this game
issues
is,
sucked,
I
dude.
think it's important to share
I
why
bet-
we chose
I
eBay.
bet some heads
When we
rolled
started
over
this
that,
project,
man.
we
That
were
was
moving to
terrible.
Unreal Engine 5. There's a new
It's really
foundation with a
unfortunate.
blank slate.
They're
So
still
we took a
streaming
moment to reflect on what makes
720p60
Gears
today.
so special
Like,
to us and to our
they
fans.
stream
And
a
we realized that all of the
720p60
things that make this
on
world feel
Game
so
Awards.
unique. Brotherhood,
Really? They must be
brutality,
having some kind of
that
massive
melancholy
failure.
beauty, and over-the-top
That sucks.
spectacle. They're all perfectly set out
What's a
in
PC
this
game
one
show?
moment in time.
50 minutes, 3 p.m. ET.
E-Day. moment the Locust ripped through the ground and changed the history of Serra forever. And to tell that story, we wanted to build an experience that evoked the vibes of the original Gears game.
I want to see this, but I also feel like this is just a bunch of spoilers. I don't know about this.
So we started with this one still from the Mad World trailer. It's Marcus facing down the Locust, defiantly firing into the darkness against overwhelming odds. And we said, this is the emotional core of Gears. This is the tone and feeling that we wanted to build our next game around.
This is our most ambitious game yet. E-Day is a
PC
story we haven't
Game
been
Show
able to
has
tell
a
before
pre-show if we wanna
because
watch
we
that in
didn't have the
18 minutes.
technology to do it.
What
We
are
finally have the
they
tools to reimagine the
pre-showing?
Gears world at a new,
I assume it's on the same
unprecedented
channel, but I'm
level
not sure.
of detail.
Cat's talking about it.
We're pushing Gears to new
Slash
heights
PC Gamer
with the
is not live.
densest, most detailed world we've ever created. With seamless, large-scale environments.
It's even worse from up here.
Yeah,
Fully
Abiotic Factor is going to
dynamic
have
ray
something at the
tracing
PC Gamer. I'm super excited about that.
And richer real-time destruction.
I don't know what it is, but hopefully it'll be
Starting
good.
with an empty hard drive, we literally
deep.
rebuilt everything from scratch. Characters,
did like a
enemies,
post-content
weapons,
thing.
animation, sound, the world itself. And then we tear it apart in
Probably
front of
DLC,
you.
maybe. Ooh.
You'll fight against bigger and more brutal enemies with new and craftier weapons and navigate the battlefield with more natural character movement so that every moment of emergence plays smoother and hits harder.
This is a game
Did
that
they
feels like
remake the
Gears,
original
but
Gears
plays
at
like
some point?
new. Now we're inside. It's a return to the feelings that we had when
Could
we
this
played the
be a
original
prequel
games,
to a Gears
but now
1 remake?
reimagined, evolved, and enhanced with the power of a new engine.
Oh, they did. That's saying they've done it twice, apparently. A remaster. Okay.
Oh, God.
Gears Reloaded.
E-Day is set before the events of the original Gears of War. After decades of conflict, peace has finally been declared on Serra, and the Gears have returned home.
Love you, baby.
Marcus Phoenix and Dominic Santiago are young veterans trying to adjust to civilian life while grieving the loss of someone they both loved. Carlos Santiago, Dom's older brother and Marcus's best friend.
To Carlos.
To Carlos. Best fucking brother anyone could ask for.
Carlos died in combat in a moment of sacrifice before the war ended, and without him, Marcus and
Spoilers.
Dom's relationship is distant.
The emotion from our refinery kept power.
With the world just barely on the cusp of peace and our characters coming to terms with their new reality, the Locusts emerge and change everything.
This is the Coalition Emergency Broadcast System. There are reports of multiple tremors causing minor damage across Kelowna. Strap these up.
E-Day tells not one, but two origin stories. The start of this world falling apart and a brotherhood coming together. And over the course of 3 intense days, you'll see how loss reshapes this world and our characters, beginning with a night of desperate survival
Co,
in
are
a
you sure you
brand
should be
new
watching
city.
this? Yeah, I don't know. I do need to go use the bathroom, so I'll go do that, and then we'll figure it out when I get back. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna leave this on while I'm
Decided
gone.
to focus our story on just one city, so you could really feel what war does to people. When we started creating Kelowna, we wanted it to be more than just a backdrop. We wanted it to feel alive, like it was another character in the story, packed with layers and personality. Kelowna used to be all about innovation and discovery. But years of industrialization for the Cog War effort totally reshaped it. With such a rich history, it made sense to lean into that classic Gears retro vibe. Towering architecture, robust vehicles, and grounded technology. Kind of like those gritty industrial cities from the 1970s. We also looked right outside these windows at the mountains, the ocean, and local landmarks to help give Kelowna its unique style. As you play the campaign, the city reveals itself through the main districts. The historic center, with its classic Gears architecture in stone and steel. The downtown core, more modern, reshaped by decades of industrial growth. The military airfield, set at the forest edge with shipyards nearby, the refineries, and supporting working-class neighborhoods, built around constant emulsion production.
Gears plays best in a city, and Kelowna is the ultimate battlefield. Kelowna's density, tight streets, mixed with open spaces, let us rethink how gear moves through the world, and it created the perfect stage for greater scale and verticality in combat. Our soldiers are basically giant tanks in armor. They slam into cars, weaving through hails of bullets. And we wanted to keep that heaviness, but add more fluidity to how you move through the battlefield. Cover is life in Gears. And we've completely rebuilt our movement and cover systems, with smoother transitions and a bigger range of cover heights and shapes, including new low ground cover. This all allows us to create more complex and organic feeling spaces than ever before. From Sprint, you can now slide, which lets you quickly get under objects, slide around corners, or transition more smoothly into cover from a run. And we added the ability to jump, which really opened up this citywide battleground. We get to play with more verticality, climbing walls and vehicles, or clearing gaps in crumbling buildings to reach new flanking routes. At the heart of our gameplay is still that great Gears combat puzzle. A mix of unique enemy combinations, tactical weapon choices, and your ability to read and move through the arena. But now you have more choice than ever, and we get these peaks of almost action movie sequences. You can throw yourself off a balcony, land next to your buddy and revive him, scramble through cover, slide under a truck, and hit safety on the other side. We get these amazing Gears playgrounds.
It took Elder Scrolls,
small and large,
or not Elder Scrolls, it took FromSoft Souls games, what, 4 games before they added a jump, right?
Missions move across the city.
True.
From linear fights in narrow streets and alleys to more open
Jumping is
districts,
hard.
where you have access to entire neighborhoods. Now you have strategic choices. Do you take the enemy head on? Do you flank them from a side entrance? Or you climb up to the balcony across the street and take them all out with your long shot? It's up to you. And if you're playing co-op with your friends, well, then you can try all 3 at the same time. Taking your own path reveals small stories from the city. Survivors trapped in an apartment.
There's a civilian in that building, 4th floor.
A Raven crashed in the distance. A group of Gears ready an ambush. You still have your orders, but it's up to you to decide where you offer to help or how much of the city you choose to explore.
And that city is fully realized. To create a city of this scale and detail, we needed to invest in an entire suite of tools. Tools for roads, intersections, sidewalks, e-holes, buildings, rooftops, and pipes. We have a procedural content generation toolset for scattering millions of pieces of trash and debris across the ground.
I was wondering which one of us is going to make an e-hole joke first. Congratulations, JP, you won.
This is the largest, most complex location you've ever seen in a Gears game.
But the port control is connected to an older antenna. I can reconfigure their radios to reach Afira.
Do it. The remaining Gears will hold the fort.
In other Gears games, the world's basically already dead. There are very few human survivors left. But in E-Day, you're watching a live city get ripped apart in front of you. People who once went to work, sporting events, and celebrated the possibility of peacetime are now stopped in their tracks. They abandon their cars and run for survival, attempting to find refuge in subways or stores. A glimpse of a child's toy or dinner left uneaten are reminders of what's been lost and the horror of what the Locusts have unleashed.
You'll experience the Locust decimation at all scales in E-Day through our customized destruction technology. E-holes are back, unleashing waves of enemies from under your feet at any moment.
As a game design element, getting to use e-holes again as a spawn mechanic is brilliant. Locusts can come out of the ground anywhere. You could toss a grenade in to close them up. Just adds this great tactical layer to encounters.
But you'll also encounter massive
What's an
sinkholes
e-hole?
that'll pull down vehicles
I'm not
and
sure, but I'm
entire
not going to
buildings.
Google it.
And no amount of detail
in
is
a,
too small, as
emergence
micro-destruction
hole. It's where the
goes
locusts
beyond
come
what
out
we've
of.
ever done before with chippable cover across a range
That
of
wasn't
materials.
nearly as fun as I was hoping.
Your impact
Yeah.
is real, visceral, and leaves a mark
In
on the
Google
world.
it, though, I'm sure you get some different answers.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Destroyed Beauty has long been a visual pillar of Gears of War, and we finally get to show the before, making the after hit that much harder. You'll recognize a neighborhood that was once intact is now completely destroyed. You'll walk through city streets filled with smoke and fire, and it feels completely different from how you first experienced it. You start getting this real feeling of the city's a character, and it's really under attack. It's the fall of Kelowna.
On the PC Gaming Show website, it has Co on the council. Is Emberville on the show? No. I do a lot of things that have nothing to do with Emberville.
There's this colossal event
so
going on in
that's
the
one of
plot.
them. Yeah,
But the
we're
actual
not.
characters
Emberville's
and
not
the
going
journey
around
they
shows
go
right
on
now.
is
It's
where you
the
get to
EA
explore
is soon, not the
themes of
1.0.
burden,
So
of
we're
loss,
waiting for the 1.0.
and of loyalty.
Yeah.
The whole world of Gears is about characters. It's the nightmarish monsters from below.
See, the fun part
versus
is when I want to
soldiers
talk to
that
my
hold
chat,
the
I
line
mute
in a
myself
war
to the
for
Discord
survival.
conversation. I don't know if that's something that is known to other people, but
this is real.
maybe it is.
It's pretty fucking real.
Maybe.
to me. On your feet.
This was our opportunity to focus on what makes Gears characters so special and what makes our enemies so iconic. The entire campaign is played from the perspective of our new squad, Bravo. As the invasion breaks out, you'll meet Mags Carter, a former Gear now sweating it out at Kelowna's emulsion refinery.
Now, why don't you come talk shit when your balls drop? And quit going through my stuff.
And you'll also meet rookie cadet Lucas Reyes.
What the hell?
A sharp comms officer who never made it to the front lines despite his dreams of military glory.
Holy fucking shit.
Mags and Lucas, together with Marcus and Dom, are four
love
soldiers
how she's-
thrown
did she
together,
just say who
fighting
never
through
made it
tensions
to the
with each
front
other
lines?
while fighting the Locust, ultimately forging their bonds in battle.
Because story-wise, there was a
Bravo
world
Squad
war
with
that
their
just
cinematic
happened on the
cameras,
planet, and it
just
just
like the
ended.
intense war
And
movies
so it was
we
like
love.
peacetime. So he never got to fight the World War.
The
Oh,
shots
I
are
see what you're saying.
intentionally
Okay.
gritty and a bit shaky. And leaning into these rough edges is what makes you feel like you're right in the middle of the action.
Bravo's story also intertwines with others called to defend the city, including returning characters like warrior philosopher Ty Caliso.
Our roads converge again. Marcus Phoenix.
Ty.
And fans of the books will finally get to see the hard-ass Raven pilot Gil Gettner in-game for the very first time.
Let's go and fuck this mess.
Marcus and Dom are absolute legends. You can spot those strong jaws and thick necks from a mile away. But if you go too realistic, you lose those unique features that make them stand out. Honestly, Marcus just isn't Marcus if you take away his classic perma-scout. So instead of chasing perfect realism, we focused on making them believable and memorable, respecting the details that really make them who they are.
That's cool. That's smart. I think that was real
Material
smart.
and character fidelity in Gears of War E-Day
It's cool how they explain that as well.
surpasses anything we've been able to achieve before. Our facial animation systems have been completely upgraded for E-Day, with 3 times more joints and over 350 facial shapes sculpted for each head alone to really represent the emotion in our characters. Marcus has more detail in his eyelashes
tell me
than his
Marcus Phoenix
entire
smiling.
character model did in the original Gears of War
That's never
on
happened
Xbox
in
360.
5 games.
Phoenix. Marcus. Sergeant, 26 RTI C Company. Next to kin, Adam Phoenix.
With the amount of layers we have, we've never had fidelity at this scale. Combined with a much more sophisticated animation rig, this allows us to have way more expressive characters with a huge range. From a small smirk
to yells on the battlefield.
Come and get some, you goddamn grubs!
Your experience takes on a new intensity.
I mean, it does look
pushing
really
the
good.
graphical limit
It does.
with 4K Ultra HD resolution, native HDR10 rendering, hardware ray tracing at 60 frames per second in campaign, and up to 120 frames per second in multiplayer.
I still remember using the Hammer of Dawn for the first time and hearing my Xbox 360 rev up like a plane. Same. This is kind of also during the Red Ring of Death era.
Like living battering rams.
So you had to hope that that shit didn't.
Battlefield. The
Three
wretches
red
scream
lights.
so loud it disorients you before they rip you apart. And the reverse.
I actually may switch over to the PC show and start here soon. You guys are?
Is it live yet?
I don't know. I'm gonna go look here in just a sec.
Locust Army, whether new or old.
Yeah, Chad, I'm actually planning on playing that, so I'm kind of I don't really want to watch too much more if we can.
Barry said that they're scheduled to go live in 3 minutes, so
okay,
on,
watch
on
it until
YouTube
then.
at least.
Perfect.
It looks like they're kind of closing this up, though.
Gears of War has never been a horror game, but the world has always felt horrifying.
Oh,
we
guys, I don't think he's okay.
Our new gore system means damage feels
Xbox
meaty,
is one of the lucky
responsive,
ones that
and
did Red Ring.
satisfying.
Yeah, I did the towel trick. Mine Red Ring, and then I wrapped it in a towel and turned it on.
Muscle and cloth deforms
and it, like,
in response to your
resoldered
attacks.
the points or
And blood
whatever.
and bone
Oh, I heard
damage
about this.
adds
It
to
melts
intensity
the
of
heat
combat.
thing back, right?
Or it's localized as well.
That was
Shoot a
actually
locust in the
super
armor
cool.
leg,
I had a buddy
and
at
see
work
the
which
bullet
was school
take a
that
chunk out of
worked
it.
with. I didn't
Or
believe
land
him
a
for the
heavy
longest
shot
time.
on a limb, and our dismemberment
actually
system will
worked.
rip it clean off in glorious detail.
The
There
Nash
we
is
go.
going to get you
Okay.
the most satisfying
Okay.
shots, covering you in blood, or pop heads from afar with the long shot. We've revamped our favorite weapons for E-Day. And of course,
Thanks,
we also
Vincent,
have
for
some
gifting
fun
a
new
sub to
ones for
Dude
even
Eat
more
My
brutal
Ass.
ways to tear your enemies apart. The new Gut Puncher grenade launcher is a cog weapon that fires armor-piercing explosive rounds. Quick fire a round to let it explode, or hold the trigger to
Oh, that's
control
a
when it
fun gun.
detonates. That means you can place a well-timed explosion behind an enemy protected by cover, or with practice, master its long-range eco
Dude,
closing
it's like the
potential.
rifle from 2142.
The Incinerator is our new shotgun. You can see the emulsion.
I have
literally
wanted
melt
that
the
rifle
skin
in the
off an
game
enemy's
since
body.
2142. Oh my god, the airburst assault rifle, one of the
Before,
coolest weapons
you'd
in
probably
any
get into
game.
a grapple if an enemy came charging
Holy
at you.
shit.
Now, you feel the power of getting to incinerate them when they get close.
So good.
And of course, the Lancer.
One of these days, I'm fully convinced we're gonna get a 2143, and that is gonna be one of the best days.
That we wanted to show you E-Day. From the moment
I
that
think it's
I
coming.
grabbed that
I
chainsaw
think
to
it's
rip
coming.
through a
I
locust
do.
at the superstore, to a prototype kit bash on the front lines of the invasion, all to deliver on that gratifying moment when you finally get to slice a grub in two.
What the fuck?
Gears music has always been about tension, escalation, and release. When a fight kicks off,
Speaking
the
of music, did
hits
you guys
hard.
see that? And now I'm gonna forget his fucking
Tiniest of
name. Who
things
did
get
the
more
Doom
dangerous.
music? Mick Gordon. Mick
And
Gordon's
when you
doing the
drop
music for
last
that
enemy,
Gundam
You
game.
hear that familiar big
Oh,
ringing
no
chord.
kidding.
Yeah.
Bro. Thrashing in some
For
heavy
E-Day,
mechs to
we kept
Mick
that
Gordon?
structure, but made the
I was
sound
really
harsher.
surprised by that.
Together with our composer,
I think we can
Adam
make that work.
Lastica, we built the score to match
Bro,
a
a
world on the
29
verge of
minute and
collapse.
20-second
The electric
timer just
guitar
popped
returns
up on the
alongside
PC stream.
classical instruments, but both
Yeah,
are
I mean
pushes
they
into
went live
uncomfortable
with an
territory.
hour on SGF.
No, I mean, is that the pre-show? Is the timer the pre-show?
Oh.
I thought there was a pre-show.
Like dragging a
Could be.
bone saw across a cello, creating dissonance that never fully resolves.
I guess there's not a pre-show.
Where the hell are we?
And then there's the sound design.
Oh, that's cool.
All chainsaws have voices. When it came to the sound for our Proto Lancer, it was important to us to track down the exact make and model that was recorded back in 2006 and rebuild it from the ground up using our new sound effects system. This chainsaw has a 14-inch blade with that signature meaty yet intimate sound, and when it revs, you can hear all the gnarly details. In terms of how you'll experience Kelowna, I always think about our acoustic system like this. I'm walking down a street and I hear the sound reflecting off the walls around me. Then I step into an alley and everything immediately tightens. I come back out into a wide space and the sound opens up again, almost like a cathedral. And it's not just those spaces, it's the transitions between them where the magic really happens. That's where things feel alive. That's acoustics in real time.
Damn, okay, I really like this guy. It's on point, man. That's awesome.
It's a heavy world.
That stuff is the sauce to get
And
immersion.
what better way to experience his dread and tension
Hell yeah.
than through the music and sound that surrounds you.
No other game does the squad
This dude
like
knows what
Gears
he's talking
does.
about. This is Foley,
our
right?
themes, Our
Is this Foley?
gameplay and our modes,
Or what's
they
that,
all
Foley?
revolve around this
Yeah.
core element.
Yeah.
It's not just about the brotherhood that you experience in the stories. It's also about the bonds you create with your friends. Co-op has always been a part of our DNA. And like every great Gears game, you can bring your own squad to this fight. In campaign, all 4 characters are playable from the start. And we support 4-player online co-op and 2-player split screen on console. In Versus, our sweaty squad-based PvP is back, with a collection of 4v4 modes and all new maps set in locations in and around the war-torn city of Kelowna. We've combined classic Gears symmetrical PvP map design with new traversal opportunities. You'll put your skill to the test alongside a seasonal
Did that bro
roadmap
just say
of killer
44?
content.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Oh, 4v4.
Oh, that's okay. I heard 44 different modes. Yeah.
I was like,
And today,
how,
we're excited
how
to
much
announce
did you
a
cook
dynamic
exactly?
new evolution of Gears' iconic
44?
PvE mode, Horde Siege. It's a 12-player mode where all 3 squads fight alongside
Horde
each
mode
other
is, I
to
mean,
battle the Locust
Horde
invasion
modes
and defend
exist
Kelowna
because of Gears
across
of
a
War, so
range
they
of
better have a
city-based
good one.
maps. We'll have more to share soon, and we hope you join us for our open beta weekends later this summer.
We good? Sergeant Phoenix?
Guess we're back to it.
It was always so funny to me that like all the other voices besides Marcus Phoenix sound like, you know, plausible voices. And then it's just fucking Bender. Yeah, back to it. I'm a cartoon character.
He's great.
As long as we're still breathing, we're the ones that keep fighting.
20 years of Gears is such a milestone. It is such an honor and also a huge responsibility to make sure we deliver on the story of Gears.
It always comes back to the squad. It always comes back to this theme of getting through the absolute shittiest of times with somebody else who constantly has your back. And that's Marcus and Dom's story. The story of the original trilogy. The story of E-Day. And the story I think we can all relate to.
Thanks for pushing through. Couldn't have done it alone.
You got it, man.
Having the opportunity to have E-Day come out in the same year as the 20th anniversary of Gears, the quarter-century anniversary of Xbox, it's almost like a homecoming. It's like returning back to our roots and saying, fuck yeah, we're back. And we have so many more stories to tell. It's an incredible honor and one that we want to make sure that we do right.
Ty. What a nightmare.
Untouched by nearly 80 years of war. Destroyed in 2 nights.
For us, the heart of Gears has always been about the bonds you make in the darkest of times. Inside the studio, we rally around a simple phrase: never fight alone. It guides how we build our stories, our gameplay, and our world. It's how we work as a team and the commitment we make to you, our fans. Everything comes back to that important idea of sharing life's experiences, the highs and lows, together. And E-Day is the best expression of never fight alone that we've ever made. Whether you'll be picking up a Lancer for the first time ever, or you're as battle-hardened as Marcus Phoenix, there's always a place for you in the Gears squad when Emergence begins on October 6th.
Game looks great. Yeah, dude, looks awesome. E-Day looks fantastic. That's gonna be a lot of fun, man. That'll probably be my first Gears. I may wait until that comes out and play that first, and then play through the franchise. Because then I could like do it in order, right?
Yeah, chronological, yeah.
I know why you're here.
Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats.
Oh yeah, this looks awesome.
That was a
game, super surprise.
Yeah, the Magician game might be one of my games that I'm most looking forward to.
So many good games.
God, I wish they showed more Persona 6. Like what?
Right? Yeah. That makes me want. I have so many questions about that game now. I have so many questions. You can't do like a normal Persona high school game after that trailer. I'm sorry, that's not allowed. You can't do that.
The first two Personas were pretty crazy. Like,
well, maybe we're getting back to that, man.
I'm pretty sure I think you could fight Hitler or something in one of them. Like, it was real wild.
Have you really?
I have come here to destroy you.
Welcome to the surface.
I didn't realize that was a word. That's funny. Ah, there it is.
So there was a big quote going around, I think it started yesterday. Asha did an interview and she said, I want to get the quote right and I don't have it ready. Fucking Christ, hold on. Yeah, Asha Sharma said she wanted Xbox to be the #1 gaming and entertainment company by 2030. Said we're not in a healthy spot, but we'll reset the business over the next 100 days.
Pretty bold.
Good for her, man. Well, you know what? I will say that seems super lofty, but this is a great start. Like if you set a goal like that, this is a good way to start. This is a great show. This is a really good show. Cool. All right,
is it
give me a sec here.
/PC Gamer?
So I have a YouTube link. Let me see here.
A YouTube link?
A YouTube link. It's really loud. So let me pop it over to you guys. That way we're all watching on the same thing.
Yep, yep, yep.
It is in our super secret chat room.
We're watching this on YouTube?
I have a YouTube link for it, yeah.
How wonderful.
You can watch it wherever. Yeah. Anyway, turn that down a little bit. Somebody said, did Co watch the Exodus gameplay? I did, we all did. And it is looking really good. It's looking very Mass Effect-y. The animations were looking good. The dialogue and voice acting seemed pretty solid. I mean, we still need to know a lot about it, but Exodus is looking pretty fire from the looks of it. Looks like it's gonna be a lot of fun.
/PC Gamer on Twitch is the same thing, and it's about 20 seconds ahead.
Really?
So, yeah.
Ooh, let me check that. It's just twitch.tv/PC Gamer.
And it's the same quality.
It's actually 1440. All right, let's do it. Let's do it from there.
Oh, I was
1080p myself.
It is 1440?
No, mine's 1080.
Yeah.
Oh, why did you say it's actually 1440?
Oh, I thought the YouTube one was for a second, but I was incorrect.
Oh, okay.
Incorrect.
Go to Twitch.
To the Twitch. To the Twitches. Somebody in my chat just said, why the hell does Final Fantasy VII Rebirth redirect to here? Well, hello and welcome to the channel, friend.
Wait, do you still own that fucking domain?
Yeah,
Are you able to see the
Sony
traffic
never
on
told me
it?
to take it down. Yeah, it's pretty much the reason I'm still relevant, to be honest, but I don't like to talk about it. Oh my God, what is this?
Man, that's
Hold on,
so
something's-
good.
Something started.
Here's your host,
Yeah, Deb,
Frankie
I'll be right back.
Ward.
Wow, yes, wow, thank you. Welcome to the PC Gaming Show pre-show. We've got a big show for you tonight, but before we get to our guests, some stuff in the news today. RAM prices. Have you heard about this? This is breaking news. The price of RAM is still higher than Woody Harrelson at a Snoop Dogg concert. What else?
Ow.
AI
Just opening
has
with
been
a
in the
weed
news. Have you
joke.
heard about
Okay.
this? AI is everywhere now. This
AI
is
mentioned
true.
that's
I
gifted
downloaded
subs,
an AI
right?
app to create cue cards for this joke, and not only did it spatula tennis hubcap, it completely messed up the bleachers safe to drink. Okay, folks, let's get started. Give it up for the pre-show band.
Whoa.
What a band. Did you guys get up to anything wild this weekend?
Thank you, Fatui. For the 5
awesome.
gifted subs.
And a
I
big round of
appreciate you.
applause for my trusty psychic elves.
Thanks, Frankie. It's great to be here. And speaking of sidekicks, I was recently reading about where the term sidekick comes from.
Some say it derives from pickpocket slang because the front pocket was called the kick and it was the safest place to store your valuables. So a sidekick is someone you implicitly trust. Wait, where's my wallet?
You only have a $5 in here, but you do carry around a photo of Withers Big Naturals from Baldur's Gate 3.
Those are way more valuable than cash. Let's move on. Our first guest you know from games like In Other Waters and Citizen Sleeper. Please welcome Gareth Damian Martin.
Hello.
Gareth, lovely to see you here. I think the last time we probably both saw you was at the BAFTA.
Yes.
Congratulations on yet more nominations for Citizen Sleeper 2.
Yeah, no awards, but 2 nominations. So that's 6 total, so I'll take that.
Honestly, I think the nominations are all you need, though. I know that's easy for me to say as someone who's never been nominated for a BAFTA. But it does mean that the peers have selected you, and games are so subjective. But also, games have always been this hybrid medium inspired by the likes of film, TV, theatre, and tabletop games.
So
Why do you
is this a
think,
serious interview?
What do you think the influence
I
that
do
the
not know.
tabletop games have had
I'm so
on modern
confused
media?
right now.
Yeah, I mean, kind of all aspects of games, really. Without tabletop games, you know, we wouldn't have health points or experience points, any of these kind of formative structures. They all come from Dungeons and Dragons and early tabletop games. The idea of how a character progresses, or that a berserker should rage, and how rage works mechanically, and all of these like weird little things that we think of as kind of truths to video games, I think are kind of all drawn from tabletop games.
Which aspect of tabletop games do you think that the gaming industry, or the video gaming industry, I should say, is overlooking and should actually adopt or learn more from?
Really, video games' idea of what a tabletop game is still stuck in the kind of old days of Dungeons and Dragons. And I think that actually tabletop games are incredibly broad now and full of really, just like video games, full of strange, independent games and systems being made.
It's an odd
all
section to
which are
have on a
really, really
PC
cool
gamer
and really
show.
interesting.
Dude, not
And I
only
think
is
if you
this
look at
odd,
where
but
tabletop
like
games are,
the
they're in this
transition
space where
from
they're still
the
in this
comedy
kind of
they were doing to like a serious
burgeoning
interview
of
with
genres and ideas constantly coming
no,
through. And so I think
like,
if games
this
can
is so
bring a
weird.
bit of that energy back, I think looking at tabletop games
This
and
guy's
kind of
super serious
taking
right now.
ideas from tabletop is a way of bringing that kind of way of refocusing on what's the experience the player should have, and how can we design a system that will fuel and build that.
So being able to build the person you want to be in a game is something that appeals to you?
Yeah, definitely, but also building systems that reflect certain kinds of experiences. Obviously, the most challenging thing about bringing tabletop ideas to video games is that in tabletop you have people in a room, and so you can say something and it becomes true.
Yeah.
And in a video game, it takes years of work to make something true. yeah, it's not possible if you want to make The Witcher 3 and you want to be, so you can have a custom character and you also want to be able to have like infinite possibilities and all the quests and they're all going to readapt. And of course, that's not really feasible. But I think if you change the idea about of the representative tools you're going to use in the game, so you might use text, you might use static art, you know, maps, all of these structures that are kind of suggestive rather than illustrative. I think then you can kind of start to achieve these things. Like in Citizen Sleeper, you know, you can find your path through the game, you can find your way to your ending. That's only possible because I'm dealing with such limited kind of representational elements. I think it kind of drives even more engagement from players today? Because they're part of the process.
6-7
they're
day.
the ones imagining the filling in the gaps and connecting all the pieces.
I think that's beautiful.
By avoiding
because I
every
think
single reference
when
I can.
have, as you said, less in front of you, it triggers your imagination to think of all the possibilities that you could come up with in your own brain, which I really like.
Gareth, what can we expect from you next?
So I am working on a brand new video game, another role-playing game as well.
To answer your question, Pete, I don't wear them.
Because we are literally tens of minutes away from seeing the first trailer later on in the PC Gaming Show.
I think, Gareth, you should sit here, because you've just built anticipation for the main PC Gaming Show, which is my job and Elsa's job. So thank you so much for joining us on the show today. If you want to see what's coming up from Gareth, then stick around for the main show.
Timing was well, but do my kids do the 6-7 thing? I have a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old, and they're both already tired of the 6-7 thing. They no longer do it, and they make fun of people that do. Both of them.
Yeah, I think it's just my generation that keeps making bad jokes about it.
Yeah. Together, you're taking this village from puddle to paradise. But hordes of enemies are standing in your way, so you'll need troops at your side. And magic. Good.
Vampires, survivors?
So, how do you get troops?
As a team?
Magic? Well, after every run, you build and unlock new troops, spells, and also improve your skills. Then you get back into the fight. Wielders of the Essence is an incremental, base-building horde survival game. The demo's out right now.
That seems fun. Oh, okay. Like the art style, too.
Full game
I think there's going to be a lot of talk
November.
about demos this show with Next Fest so close.
Probably.
Which is not a bad thing.
Frankie, what's next? Well, we've got another guest joining us from his well-earned retirement after completing a storied 25-year career in video games, spanning Stardock, GameStop, and Night Dive. Please welcome Larry Cooperman. Larry, we've got so much to talk
This guy's
about.
awesome.
How old were you when you actually entered the gaming industry, though? You were heading into your 50s.
I was a very young 45 when I took the first job, and I was 58 and shall we say between things when I was rescued by Night Dive. So.
And what made you want to get into the gaming industry? Was it literally playing Wolfenstein 3D in 1992? Was that the moment you went, I will someday work in this industry?
It wasn't until towards the end of 2000 that I received a newsletter from this company in Michigan called Stardock.
You published many games at Stardock.
Stardock, man.
Yes.
Was there one
finally
that
they're
you're
interviewing
particularly proud of?
someone
Did you
your
always want
age.
to publish
All right,
something
dude,
you wanted to play, or did you
mods,
have to always see the bigger picture?
So
deal with that. No, deal with it, mods.
During the time of Start, the
Do what that
really
guy's shirt says to him.
important game and the biggest hit was Galactic Civilizations, and then afterwards we partnered with Ironclad and did Sins of a Solar Empire. But the game that resonated with me, and it's really
You say that game is Fly?
obscure.
It's
a game
Fly.
called
That game was
Lightweight
awesome.
Ninja. But the reason was both of my children
still say Fly?
found it wonderful,
Oh, shit.
found the character wonderful.
When you moved on to Night Dive, so that's where you were last working?
Yes.
Until your recent retirement. What
have
was
to
the most
ban-
difficult game to remaster?
Probably the toughest
now we're back.
game,
Okay,
and
okay.
one that we did the best we could with was Blade Runner. Part of the reason for that is the source code was lost and could not be found. There were other PC versions available, but ours was the first that was brought to console. And you know, it doesn't need to be said that the console audience is far larger. This was the only way that those people had the opportunity to play the game. So.
Why are remasters important? I suppose you've kind of covered it there, really, like bringing them to a wider audience, different platforms.
I view games as art. And to my mind, art deserves to not only be preserved,
statement,
but deserves to be shown to as wide an audience as possible and to be as accessible as possible. The largest project that Night Dive had done to this point was not a remaster, but a complete remake of the System Shock game. And I don't really need to belabor it, but think about System Shock as the seed and all of the games that came from that tree. Deus Ex, Thief, BioShock, of course.
Jeff Grubb apparently tweeted out that
Nice,
there's a
Narnet.
version
how those
of
games
Gears
came
of War
about and
E-Day
why they're important.
Good old
and
days,
we need
man.
to
on the
go back to
PlayStation,
the
just sitting
beginning
on a
to
hard
understand
drive
the history
somewhere
of
because
it.
they pulled it like
Thank
right
you so
before
much, Larry.
filming
We
that
really
show.
appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us at the PC Gaming Show pre-show. I hope there's some stuff in the show, in the main show, that you enjoy
I think I
and
was
get
great.
some time to play.
I love his perspective.
Then everyone, please, Larry Cooperman.
Frankie, I'm not sure what I want to do next. Talk to another great guest or watch another great game trailer.
Both.
I've got the answer. Let's do both.
Bam!
Take a look at something exciting coming up for Warhammer 40k Darktide, and then stick around because our next guest will tell us all about it.
Just kind of hoping some Owlcat stuff. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. This is good.
We still have the actual show. I mean,
That's true.
for the pre-show.
I wonder if they're going to talk about their Warhammer 40k stuff or probably Expanse. Maybe both. They have like 2 very active projects right now.
Well, is the Expanse getting delayed? I thought I saw that they were like going back and they got a lot of feedback during that demo they put out.
They did. And they're making a lot of changes, including possibly revoicing the BA and doing some stuff to the dialogue. But that was all part of the
Please join
process.
me in welcoming one of the
game was not
foremost
coming
minds
out.
in
It was like the
shopping
EA
Ratman
kind of thing.
and blasting chaos
Got it,
cultists.
so,
That
yeah.
chance, Victor Magnuson. Hey, come on in, Victor.
Hey, Victor.
For those
Vic.
people out there who, yeah, I'm judging you. I'm really judging you right now. Who don't know what Warhammer 40k Darktide is, can you just give them a synopsis?
But
God,
it's
okay,
a
let's see how
4-player
he
co-op
does
game
this.
set in the
What
Warhammer
episode Wolfseye
40,000
working on?
universe.
I know,
And
dude.
you are trying to
Oh my
save this
God.
planet called Atoma Prime in specifically this hive city called Tertium. It's a mix between melee and ranged combat, and you fight a lot of enemies.
So, Victor,
Yeah.
I know the fans are very happy with you right
are?
now
Okay.
because you've just announced a new class
Yes.
coming to Warhammer 40k Darktide. Tell us all about the Skitari.
It's been
That
a
game has to be
fan
doing
sort of
well if they're still doing
want
this much
from all of
production
our
on it.
fans for a long time.
I don't know what the
They
numbers are
got
like,
really
but
upset with
good
us
for
when
them,
we
dude.
released the last class that
Yeah.
it wasn't Skitari, but now it's coming out, so they should be good.
How does this new class complement others in the game?
So it's very sort of broad and very open, and you can sort of spec it out exactly like you want to. So it can fill a lot of different roles.
It's
in the
averaging
game,
around
which is cool.
10,000 players per day.
Where previously other classes
No
were more sort
kidding.
of specialized at maybe 1 or 2 roles. So this has a broader scope, I would say.
You guys are known for making co-op games.
No.
What do you think makes a great co-op game?
We adhere very hard to the sort of Left 4 Dead formula that they invented back in the day. One of the keystones, at least according to me, is that there are
Very nice.
elements in the game when you have to co-op, like you have to cooperate. You can't sort of get out of, I don't know, being caught by clicking the button and getting out. You have to have a friend help you out.
Oh, it's also
I
a
think
PS
that
Plus
is
game
super
right now.
important. And also having, like,
probably
there's
helps,
also,
Hell yeah.
we have stuff that we call like drops in the levels, where if you stay behind, you'll get caught.
Marathon
and
can
they
reach for those
can't
numbers?
go up and
Dude,
help you
Marathon's
because
back
they
up
have
to
jumped
like
out. It has
30K
multiple
people
functions.
average.
One, it's like a mini
The
puzzle for
last
the
stuff
group
they did
that
for
they need
Marathon
to sort of
apparently
gather up
resonated
and
pretty
then
well, 'cause
jump down
it's-
together.
it's-
But also it
The numbers
tells
are
the
going
players
up
that
for
they
Marathon,
know that they're
not
on the
down.
right way.
And what gave Fat Shark the confidence when co-op games
Oh, it's the free
weren't
weekend.
being released as prolifically to stick with that
would
style
be
of game?
probably, yeah. That would
It
do
was, I don't know, foolishness maybe. I don't know, it was the story goes that we are the.
They were still
now
hiring.
he's the
There's a
chief
chance
creative
the number
officer,
may be
Anders, he
skewed
was
a little
the game
bit.
director back
Let's
in the
put
day.
that. Let's put that out there into the ether.
He called up
Maybe
Games
skewed a little
Workshop
bit.
and said,
But
"Hey, I
still,
have an idea for
hey,
a game."
it's good,
He called
right.
their customer service. I want to make a game with that's Warhammer and Left 4 Dead. They're like, okay, that sounds cool. Maybe you should call the IP people. So he did that, and then we flew over to Games Workshop and said, so we have this idea. We've done these games, and we want to do a game where we combine basically Left 4 Dead with Warhammer. And they're like, yeah, that sounds awesome. And we did that.
And it works great.
Are
Game's
you
fun.
working on any other IP right now? Anything you can tell us about?
Nothing that I can talk about, sadly. But we will continue to work on
Has
Dark
Code ever
Tide.
tried this? Oh,
There
no, I
will be
played this
more
game a
stuff
bunch.
coming in the year.
Yeah, I
In
played
your
a lot
career,
of
what's
this
the
game.
proudest thing, though, that you've
At various stages.
shipped, or even like a small moment that to others might not seem significant because they're not playing it on their computer screen? What's the thing that you're proudest of?
I do think maybe when we released Vermintide 2, we had the release party, and my boss came over with
no
the PC
Emberville this year,
Gamer,
I don't
and we
think.
had got
We're EA is this year, but we're saving the show stuff for 1.0 and everything.
That was like, that was sort of achievement unlocked feeling.
Yeah.
It was really cool. That's probably the coolest.
So those lapsed players, you've got to get back in because the Skitarii are ready for you to play with when?
June 23rd.
June 23rd, so in just a couple of weeks' time. And if people haven't played Dark Tide yet, but they want to have a go, where can they start doing that?
You can get it pretty much everywhere. You can get it on Steam,
trade dog with somebody.
Xbox, Microsoft Store, and the PlayStation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Victor Magnuson.
No,
And
thanks.
good luck with the new class.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you once again to the guests who joined us on the show tonight. And, of course, let's hear it once more for the PC Gaming Show pre-show band.
You do know they're not a real band, right?
That classic Elle's humour. Most of all, thank you for joining us here at the pre-show, but stay tuned because the PC Gaming Show is just moments away after one more big trailer.
You know what's so funny about Frankie? He commits to the bit just long enough to where it gets unfunny, but then because she's committing, it starts to get funny again right at the end, and then it like ends with a net positive.
Very true.
I love it, dude. I love it. It's one of the reasons I love watching her. She always ends on a high note. People are generally like, no, it's never funny. I don't know. I think it's great. I like it. I enjoy her vibe. I like that attrition humor.
I think the whole dang
Never heard
thing
that
was
phrase, yeah.
spaceship.
I didn't even know a horse could muck somebody. Why does a horse want my wallet?
Now, an aspect of this outhouse that I find fascinating.
I can't do this anymore. There are no ghosts in these old houses ever. Why are you still
There was a PC gamer whose name was Sean.
Oh my god, dude.
And then there's a gamer whose name was Mika. She works as an architect in Topeka. There's Frankie the architect. Jacob the architect. Even the alien is an architect. They move to a town where the architects meet. They play games together and live on the same street. So they're not just PC gamers, they're also PC neighbors. PC neighbors.
Oh my God, that was wonderful.
Love it. Love it.
Oh, wow. I love.
Wow. It sure was a long day of doing architecture for me, Sean Day 9 Plot. But now I've got the entire evening to do my favorite thing, which is play video games.
Did someone say video games?
Well, hello, PC neighbor.
Well, hello, Sean. What game do you want to play first? I've got them all. We have Commando Death Dragon Extreme 6. We have Executive Accounting Online. Or my personal favorite, Best Friend Simulator.
Oh, Amika. Hello? Yes, this is Sean. What? When? Today? That can't be right. Well, all right. Thanks. Bye.
What was that, Sean? It seemed serious.
Well, we can't play video games tonight at all because we've got to host the PC Gaming Show! Yeah!
For this year's PCGS, we've harnessed pure nostalgia to reconstruct our own little pocket dimension of the 1990s, a time when life was punctuated by slap bass, movies were stored on little rectangles, and using the internet didn't involve as many streamers saying painful and confusing things to me. I don't understand this term slang. I don't get it.
See, it wasn't even us. That was just a thing that happened in the 90s.
Well, what fun. But basking in the warmth and laughter of a bygone decade won't keep us from bringing you plenty that's new. We've got a full 2 hours, that's 2, of trailers, over a dozen world premieres and developer deep dives for upcoming games. That would have actually been pretty impossible to imagine in the 90s. Our brains were too busy managing our ridiculously huge Jinko jeans.
Plus, we're gonna build an awesome gaming PC, and one of you get to take it home.
Let's get started the PC Gamer way with 3 huge world premiere trailers.
World premiere. With every step, we boldly explore the unknown. And piece by piece, we build an understanding of the strangest mysteries in the universe.
Wait a second. Our sensor array is getting unusual readings from... What is that? The rift has opened. Repeat. The rift has...
Oh, hell yes.
Dude, wait. Is this is like legit, like not a mobile game? Dude, it's like RimWorld. Like each of your people are named and everything.
Did you have a stroke?
I did. I'm back though. We're good. That looks kind of cool. Oh, there's a demo out. Awesome. Okay.
Great. Welcome to 95.
Yeah.
The start of a new revolution. The information superhighway. A world ruled by the transistor, where power is measured in hertz and bytes. A place where us freaks and geeks can be free. No nations, no race, just ideas and knowledge. They call me a criminal, a hacker. While corporations spy on us and governments control us, they murder and kill and tell us it's for our own good. I'm not the criminal. I'm a freedom fighter with a modem. They can try to scare me, but they'll never stop me.
If I can hack the Gibson, I'm sold.
Axiom Systems takes very seriously any attempts to hack, infiltrate, or otherwise illicitly access our servers. Should you be found to do so, we will not hesitate to apply the full force of the law.
Act 95.
Well,
Oh my God.
that's
Look
a
at the
game
baby
for me
meme.
for sure. That's gonna go right on the list.
World premiere.
Get the fuck out of here.
You gotta do it. You gotta do it.
World premiere.
Thank you. Oh, look, it's Code 20.
Really?
Oh, Company of Heroes. Whoops. Okay. Damn, look at that.
I love to see a strategy classic reborn for the modern age.
Well, that was a great show, so I better get to sleep, you know?
Mika, the show just started.
Yeah, but you know how every morning I like cook an entire full breakfast and all of our friends come over to eat it and hang out before we go to work?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I actually have to get up at 4 in the morning to get all of that done and all the cooking and the cleaning. It's kind of a full-time job, yeah.
Yeah, that is super unrealistic.
Right?
Why don't we just do what normal people do and get up 5 minutes before we have to and then dart out the door without showering and shove a cold bagel into our mouths while sitting in traffic?
Perfect, honestly. Well, since we're staying up late, how about we watch another world premiere?
That was most of my 20s.
World premiere.
There it is.
Willkommen, mein Liebling. I am so proud of you. You could have turned back, but you didn't. I know that taking the step is not for the faint of heart. It is taken by those who seek something more. You purpose. If you accept the sweetest kiss of all.
That is a very specific vibe.
Listen up, you donut. I'm going to test you on everything it takes to run an arcane restaurant. If you want to earn a mithril star from legends like Guy Fieri, Julia Cragchild, and me, Gorgon Ramsay, then take my advice.
Wait, what
you
did he
need
say
to
his name
cook up
was?
tasty combos.
Gorgon Ramsay.
Gorgon
and
Ramsay.
Stand tall
Oh my
in the face
God.
of cosmic horrors. If you think you can take the heat,
Ramsay.
get in that kitchen and
Guy
show me some
Fieri?
magic.
Really?
Don't just stand there like a troll
Okay.
turd. Play the demo.
Okay, we might have to check that out.
Let the slaughter begin.
Serious Sam.
Getting serious now.
Oh, you're a big one.
Nobody gets to be hotter than me.
The pain is about to start. Let's fight.
This is our best one yet. It's cannon time, baby. Let's fucking go.
Oh, yeah. That was awesome.
Oh, I've missed Serious Sam. It's lovely to see he's still in good shape. Well, 6 shapes to be precise. What are you working on there, Mika? Is it a grocery list?
No, Sean, I'm catching up on my handwritten correspondence, which researchers tell us was a treasured pastime of the 1990s, just like mammoth hunting, dying of the plague, and all the other things we loved to do before, you know, we learned that joy in life lives in our smartphones.
Oh, it would be charming if I knew how to read.
Hey, Sean.
Wow.
Did we get a new phone?
I felt that one, Sean.
I don't think it's possible. Society hasn't been ravaged yet by same-day delivery. Hello? Am I about to die?
Oh, I'm just messing with you, Sean. It's me, Frankie.
Oh, hi, fellow PC gaming show host Frankie Ward. But wait, aren't you busy filming the hottest late-night talk show of the 1990s?
Oh, Sean, you should know that no veils can obscure my piercing gaze. Also, we just wrapped for the day. Now, listen, I hate to interrupt the anachronisms, but you're about to be rolling on an exclusive new look at Control Resonant straight from Remedy HQ.
Ooh. We are?
Just say the thing, Sean.
All right. Here's an exclusive new look at Control Resonant, straight from Remedy HQ.
Dude.
Might be the stuff that I was watching the videos of. This is different completely. Holy shit.
God damn, this game looks good, man. Oh my lord. Every time, all the gameplay I've seen from it looks like it's from a specific special scene and not just like normal gameplay. But it's all normal gameplay.
What was that thing there at the end? What the hell?
Ugh.
Yeah, what?
Jeez.
Control Resonant is a third-person action RPG where you combine the use of supernatural powers and melee combat to fight against otherworldly threats. You play as Dylan Faden, and all of this is taking place in Manhattan, New York. In the first game, the whole game took place inside a place of power called the Oldest House, in this kind of a brutalistic architecture environment. With the sequel, that whole thing is kind of broken open. The containment failed from the first game, and now all of these supernatural forces that were inside the Oldest House have leaked upon the streets of Manhattan.
Oh, I thought we were going to be doing like some alternate dimension, not the actual city.
Manhattan in our game.
Yeah, I thought it was
metal.
And it is
I didn't
basically
realize they let
taking
him out.
what is already there and restructuring and reorganizing it with this strange otherworldly algorithm. And the resonance themselves.
I know you're busy, but please replay Control before 2. When does this come out? Do we have a date for this yet?
Of this localized
We do.
patterning. And it becomes more
February or
than
September?
just the creature design.
September
the bosses
24th.
are almost married into the surroundings and into the scene.
We
so
might
they
be able to
get
get a Control
patterned
run in
into
before
the
that,
world.
maybe.
And it is
The
not
game's pretty
just
short.
a gimmick.
Yeah, it's not that
patterning
long.
is at the
I don't think
very
we'd be able to do the
core of whole
DLC,
experience, so it
but-
touches all of our teams.
Maybe. We'll see. It comes out the same day as the new Silent Hill. Oh, no.
I mean,
The game
dude,
is
there's
very
so
responsive
many
and
good
hit
games.
20 games.
Yeah.
Navigating
Oh,
traversing
God.
the world is
So
fun
many good
and
games.
fast and easy to do. For instance, we have the shift ability that allows you to access these different gravity anomalies.
We have the 90-degree gravity shifts, we have 180-degree gravity shifts. Very minimal UI elements, but everything that looks like a walkable surface,
Yeah.
like a ground, floor, road,
That is gonna be
anything
so
that looks
fun.
like you should be able to walk on this is a gravity anomaly. We do have some spaces in the game where every wall you see is actually a gravity anomaly.
And you get into this really mind-bending sequence where, yes, you kind of lose yourself a bit as well, but you kind of react to the immediacy of the situation and so on. And then it becomes part of your natural way of moving through the world. Incomprehensible in one way, but once you kind of get it, you just get it.
So the combat changes from range to melee, I would say on level design side is a lot more about designing like what's the what kind of enemies, how many of them. I'm thinking of like some interesting environmental things you can do in the combat spaces, like these things that create variety into the combats. We do have more enemy types than we did have in Control, so that definitely helps.
We have always wanted even the paranatural things to somehow feel connected and married into the normal, mundane, everyday world. So even if you are able to perform like superhuman feats and telekinesis, for example, it still should feel that it's strenuous. It doesn't come easy to Dylan. Dylan is fighting dirty and he is able to perform these powerful telekinetic pushes and ground slams, but it does have a toll and it does hurt him in the process a little bit as well. So there's this physicality that we always try to retain with our visualizations and audio, even if the thing that you perform as a player is inherently somehow superhuman or otherworldly.
I love how much thought every time we see the Control or anything from Remedy,
When you
really,
take
it's
these
so cool
different
hearing the
elements,
devs. The way they
different
think about this stuff
pieces,
is
the
different.
enemies, the
I'd say.
shifting environment with gravity has
very
gone
unique.
bonkers. what you can do
Without
with
a
your
doubt.
melee weapon, the supernatural abilities. We create this really interesting sandbox, and you feel like you have all the means to improvise.
Remedy is special.
I
Remedy
think
is
it's
special. I agree.
Unlike
I
anything
agree.
else.
Yeah, man. I can't wait. It's gonna be good.
Gonna be real good.
From Control into a world premiere. There we go.
World
Lovely.
premiere.
Lovely. Oh, what? This looks like a Zeke game. Oh, this is a Zeke game.
Gambling. Yeah, it's a great thing to point out. Control's apparently 90% off on Steam right now, so it's $4 for the Ultimate Edition.
If you have not played Control, then you have $4 that you can spend. Go buy that. What a great time to play it. And that comes with the DLCs too?
Yeah, I guess it's the Ultimate Edition.
Oh, that's wonderful. Go buy that. Yeah. Thank you, JP. Good shout out. Awesome. That game is phenomenal. Yep.
Estreno Mundial.
Did you have to Google that?
Oh, yeah, I had
Left you
someone
for dead.
tell me a while
They
ago.
buried the truth.
I love it.
Time for revenge. Puncture targets. Cause distractions. Disguise yourself. Use anything as a weapon. Hunt with your friends or by yourself. Every run is
Jesus.
different. Revenge never dies.
I don't know about this one. This is just a murder simulator?
A cooperative roguelike assassination game.
Ah, there it is.
Gone Feral.
What's the acronym for that?
Wish list on Steam now.
A murder-like.
A Craig. That's a Craig.
Hey, Mika, would you be interested in teaming up with me on my bloody mission for revenge?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, like in Gone Feral, the game we just saw.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, that too.
And hey, speaking of co-op carnage, nothing goes better with violence than science. Let's check this out.
Abiotic Factor?
World premiere.
Yep.
Yes! What in the hell is this?
This is the beach episode.
I played a little bit of Abiotic Factor, but I don't know. I couldn't get into it. I tried it twice.
Dude, Autumn! No! Oh, that looks incredible. So that's like a whole new story content DLC.
So, you're the
Oh,
new owner of
man.
the Grand Hotel, huh?
Oh, man.
I'm just here to sell the place. Well, I hope
Okay.
you do better than the last guy. He disappeared, you know.
My father? Yeah, I know.
I've been looking into his disappearance. If you come across anything as you restore the
We're
old
gonna do a new
hotel,
playthrough? I don't know. It depends on what the DLC
a
is.
lead, or even just something
We'll have to see.
weird, you let me know.
Maybe we can just use our
I
normal
always
game.
wanted an American partner, like in the movies. Yeah, this is gonna be so cool. Come on, get in. I'm gonna show you these mean streets.
When I turn the corner, hoodless better run, run, run. I got one hand on my badge and the other on my gun. Whether you're pulling 999 or it's 911. Lock you up in the wagon, know you bad guys are done. When I'm around your neighborhood, kiss culprits goodbye. Lawbreakers shaking in their boots when I pass by. Looking good like Swayze back in 1989. All of the ladies going crazy saying, who is that guy?
It's a good idea to keep the cop close. Be careful. One background check and you're done.
Yes, I know. I'm gonna need them to trust me if we're gonna pull this off. But don't worry, they don't suspect anything.
I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about that hotel. That place messes with people's heads.
Hello, sunshine. Ain't you the spitting image of your old man? You know, he was in way over his head. If you want to know what happened to him, you better expect a wild ride.
Hey, did you guys see anything weird?
Weird is this town's entire deal. I mean, it's been featured twice in Britain's Most Haunted Towns.
And Britain's most crappiest.
Oh, this is really beginning to creep me out.
Listen, I've been through worse than this. I'm sure I'll manage, seriously. It doesn't look that hard.
One of these days I'll show them something. One of these days, yes, I'm gonna go far. Get out of this place so I know it's coming. Adios, au revoir. Yeah, one of these days I'll show them something. One of these days I will hear the call. Remember this face, I will want for nothing. Gonna be a star.
A musical Lovecraftian renovating game.
Hey! Ha! Hope
Sure.
you're all having a great time at the PC Gaming Show.
Okay.
As captain of the ESS Starseeker,
Nice.
trust
All
me
right.
when I say
We're there for it.
this crew
Not
is
for
ready
me,
for
but
anything.
you know what?
Here's a look at what's waiting for
I
you
bet
when the
some people
game
are gonna love
drops
that.
June 11th. Wishlist it now and prepare for launch.
This looks like the Astroneers. Is that the game I'm thinking of? I think it's Astroneers, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I tried playing this.
Oh, you did? How was it?
They had like a beta. They had like I had to read a lot, and it was definitely not a time where I was into reading a lot.
Oh, wait, this is from the this is Astroneer Expeditions.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's a lot of reading in that game to get what the hell I was supposed to be doing.
We'll be checking
Really?
back in
Okay.
for
I
a sit
haven't
rep
played
on that
that.
Star Seeker
Interesting.
mission later in the show.
Could be good. I don't know.
Yeah, man.
Everything okay, big guy?
Yeah, it's just, this is usually when our folksy yet ethereal neighbor appears to dispense some timely nugget of salt-of-the-earth wisdom, but I haven't even seen him today.
Well, last time he was here, he said he was building a shelter to survive the dying millennium, and we're gonna be devoured by electronic demons of our digital excess or something like that, you know?
Is that a good thing?
Well, it seemed to work out okay.
Great!
Yeah.
Because we're nothing if not digitally excessive. Let's see some more previews.
Excuse me.
What?
Great title.
Okay, can someone please play that demo and report back? What did we just watch? Okay.
Adventuring is not for everyone. I risk my life every day, you know. It's not that easy
Hey, boss, we're ready. I call dibs on that goblin with the tiny shield.
Yeah, sure, but don't interrupt. So I spent years developing tactics. Like now, it's all about offense against these greasy goblins. You see? I can do this in my sleep. It's really all about knowing.
Enemy reinforcements, boss. Some cultists and a big-ass goblin.
Getting creative, huh? Bonzo, you benched. Gary, get out there. Let's see how they like that. Jeez, what the fuck, Gary? Now?
Oh, my bad, sorry.
Ugh, mercs these days.
Hey, boss, they're chanting and the big one's going berserk.
Oh, Gary, move!
Oh, but it's not my turn. No. Ah! Oh, my arm! Oh!
Oh boy, that's not good. We need a meat shield?
Oh, I get to pick? Well, then Jenny.
Fuck you, Clive. Maybe you're the meat
Hey,
shield.
shut up! I'm talking about the prisoner. Okay, buddy. You take one for the team. Now, Jenny, use the terrain. Don't dodge,
The
don't
dialogue
dodge,
is
don't
completely
dodge.
making this.
Yes!
Yeah.
All right, Gary. Payback time. Finish him!
Take that!
And there you have it. Just another flawless victory for me, the Kev.
Okay. Just because we now have a glimpse of their style of humor from that dialogue, I'm gonna try that game. Like that, yep.
Got a combat demo, nice.
World premiere.
Gamble. Gamble.
All the games from today's show can be found over on the PC Gaming Show Steam page. Head on over to pcgamer.com/wishlist to check it out.
Thank you, Donk.
Ooh, this could be good.
It looks almost Darkest Dungeon-y. After Quest. Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna have to check that one out. That looks really cool. Good God Almighty, that looked like a freaking combo from a fighting game. Man, air combos for days.
I'm just vibing to the music.
That looks kind of badass. Jesus. Cool, man. Looks fun. It's very fun.
Wow, will technology ever get better than cassette tapes? I mean, you can fit 7 songs on a single tape.
And you can get as many free songs as you want by recording them off the radio, and you're only going to get like 10, 20 seconds of an annoying DJ blowing over the top of it.
Honestly,
oh my God,
that's
dude.
not bad.
This show was made for us, dude. This is
cassette tape,
oh.
It's not music at all. The label says monsters.
Wait a minute. Monsters on cassette tapes? That sounds like an extremely skillful segue into
Monsters
our
and
next
Memories?
world premiere.
That'd be so funny if this was Monsters and Memories. There's no way it will be, but that'd be really
Do
funny.
you have a cassette player too?
Isn't that an MMO?
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy recommended it to me last night.
It's basically the EverQuest 2 that wasn't. Yeah. It's EverQuest.
Being lost on another world.
It's really cool. Goes into EA later this year.
Scary monsters with cassette tapes.
Is it,
All of it.
excuse me, is it cassette piece Jesse's thing, or just got a part of it?
Return
Is he with Bitten Studios?
Are we not on Earth?
I have no idea.
You first came to Elmwich looking for your friend, correct?
You see, I have all these guys helping me keep this city locked down. Come on, I could take you lot on all day.
All who step foot on this land
This
are
music.
under my influence.
It is the 21st century now. The time has come for change.
Fun.
Whoa.
That was a lot of splorching.
Yeah, no, maybe too much splorching.
What is this happening right now on the screen? You guys see that?
I think that's a Twitch plugin.
Yep.
It's
Okay. I think that was a
Yeah, I
There's
played a
lot
little bit of
stinky
this.
cheese. How'd you like it?
I mean, it's for what it is, it's great, but it's definitely like too fast for mild ass.
I think I played this game for a little bit.
Cool. Oh, wait, what the hell? Wait, what is this?
World premiere.
Why are y'all doing that? Hey, what is happening? This is happening? So, oh my God, what is happening? Is this on the PC Gamer? Where is this bits thing happening?
Yeah, I'm kind of not a fan of this.
Y'all aren't doing this on the PC channel, are you?
I think they just turned it off.
Okay. Yeah, don't mess with the PC Gamer channel, please. Thank you.
Oh, no, it's back.
No one in chat is talking about it.
Each one of these costs like bits. Like they're donating to PC Gamer right now to do this.
Oh.
Which I mean, I think they have to disable it, chat. I think the PC Gamer
Yes,
people
it
have
really
to
is
disable
called
it.
Two Fights, Two Tight
There's the
Spaces.
move.
And if you can believe it, there's one more surprise. Shadow Drop! Oh, we love a good Shadow Drop, don't we? Two
Oh my God.
Fights, Two Tight Spaces is out right now.
And
Oh,
that's
I can
not the only
disable it.
surprise. This old-timey scroll came in the mail, and it's
Oh, you can
addressed
disable
to
it as
that
a
event?
user?
Lord. It says the
Lyric's
granary is
watching
full,
now.
sire?
Oh, I know what that
I have
means.
no idea
I
what's
don't.
going on.
Another world
Click the chat and
premiere.
said, "There's
Our next
celebrations
title is
off."
from a
Where's
series that's been around
celebrations?
For more than
Yeah, how do I
25
turn that
years.
off?
I
Here
don't
are
even
two of our
have
very
that
favorite
option.
PC neighbors to tell you all about it.
Oh, I got it.
It's in chat settings.
Hit the chat
Hello
settings
everyone,
and
I'm
then
Ben
chat
Starr.
appearance.
And I'm Samantha
and
Bear.
then
And we're incredibly
celebrations.
excited to give you a first look at our new game.
Stronghold 4, the brand new castle sim and RTS
Wait, it's
from
not.
Firefly
I hit the
Studios.
gear, but where
That's
is it?
right, another chapter
No,
in
it's
Stronghold where you
appearance.
can once again
Yeah, chat appearance.
launch cows from trebuchets.
Chat
That's absolutely
appearance.
delightful. Let's have a look at
Oh,
the
down in
new
the other gear.
exclusive
The
reveal
other
trailer.
gear.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Welcome
Hold up.
to Stronghold 4.
Sorry, chat. Give me a second.
Stronghold 4.
This town has seen
There we go.
better days. But I'm sure you're up to the task of bringing the place back into splendor. Might I suggest next placing some farms to feed our population?
Am I an old man or something? No. There's a gear down here, and there's another
Foodstuffs
gear
are
in
back
chat.
up
I just hit the wrong gear. Yeah.
We can
Also,
train
yes.
soldiers and build defenses to prepare for further bandit raids.
Dude. Oh, this looks good.
My bow calls.
My sword is needed. Just me and my little pitchfork.
Thanks, Henry.
That's a nice thingy bob the church has there.
What's going on with the cows?
It's my time to shine.
This inferno is punishment for our sins.
A huge invasion
true.
force
Yeah.
is marching on the castle, my liege.
Another village taken then. Make no mistake, I'll keep fighting.
Those guys seem pretty chill for their buddies being just sent off the cliff.
I have a favor to ask of you. Let's get to work.
Nice, dude. It's fun.
Thank you for the 20 gifted there, Brewmaster BJ. I appreciate that. Very kind of you.
Whoa, that looks cool.
Huh.
Dude. How have we not seen a game like this before? This is such a cool concept. That looks fun. September 23rd, of course.
Yeah,
Damn it.
Shit.
World premiere.
My brother has betrayed us all. His legendary Knights of the Round Table have all fallen prey to corruption, or have simply disappeared. Avalon, once a glorious kingdom, is now falling into despair, and corruption ravages the land. Thus, I have created the legend of the Twilight Knights. For salvation will not come from a single knight.
Is this Tainted Grail?
But
I don't
from
think
many.
so. No. This is a different. It's Avalonian, but this is totally different.
Arthur's so hot right now.
Second, what is this?
What kind of ARPG?
Wardens of
Oh,
Avalon.
that looked cool. Wait, we need more. More.
A new take
There was like
on
city
the
building in there.
Arthurian legend. That makes me want to go upstairs and get my life-size handcrafted, dual-tempered carbon steel replica of Excalibur.
Sean? Nope. Remember what happened last time? We do not need you swinging that giant sword around the living room. We just got a new lamp.
Well, don't worry, everyone. I promise I won't do it. See, I said I wouldn't. I don't know why you would think otherwise based upon my tone. Look, our new neighbor's rooster sure makes a racket, but I've been thinking it must be worth it for some of those farm-fresh eggs.
First, roosters don't lay eggs. Second, that was an elephant.
Wait a minute. That's an elephant. Do elephants lay eggs?
Oh my God.
Can you imagine? The omelets you could make would be massive.
Well, he'll be gone for a while. The real reason our neighbor has an elephant is because we're here to see the world's first gameplay reveal for Planet Zoo 2.
Why? Why? Okay.
Welcome. I'm Eric, the chairman of FEN.
I'm Alice, the zoo operations manager at FEN.
We're here to help
Alice, that's
you
not how
on
you
your
spell your
journey
name.
in building
Anytime I see
zoos,
zoo animals now, I
as
just
well as
hear
restoring wildlife reserves
all the different
across the
voices
globe.
I made for that
You'll be
fucking
creating
talking zoo
habitats
game.
for all kinds of species and making
Don't
sure
forget to
that we're
wishlist
careful.
Emberville.
Not to mention managing your staff and keeping your guests
Thanks,
happy
buddy.
too. With that in mind, let's begin.
Meet Lamarty, the Maasai giraffe. He shares his space with a pretty big family, so we need to make sure there's plenty of vegetation for everyone. And with the warm weather, we need to keep the fresh water flowing.
Speaking of water, we'll need an aquarium large enough to
Hello,
house
I'm Kevin
several of our
Smith.
aquatic species, including our endangered hawksbill turtles, Mia and her family.
You'd be surprised how quickly these tanks get dirty. There goes one of our keepers now.
Oh, and of course,
We have one more stop to make. We're building a brand new kind of habitat. An aviary. It'll be the perfect home for our white-tailed sea eagles, Hamish and Freya. We've made sure there's plenty
Did you say
of space for
aviary?
them to spread their wings.
Aviary.
And to have some fun.
Oh yeah, that's okay.
Conservation is FEN's
That's
most
what happened to all my old
important goal.
AOL discs.
Like in the Scottish Highlands, where we're releasing our eagles into our wildlife reserve. We've done a lot to prepare this environment for them. Something you'll be sure to do more of on your journey.
Oh, beavers!
Together, we can create a better world for all living creatures. So, Are you ready?
Nice, man. Cool. Oh, is this the new Titanfall 2 game? I haven't seen this yet. So this is the makers of Splitgate, and they're making a multiplayer game specifically based on Titanfall 2.
Huh.
I don't like the vibe. Damn it. Damn it. I really wanted to like this. Shit. And the gameplay looks good. The gameplay looks kind of awesome. Oh, there's the mech gameplay. Are there different mechs? Okay. Look into it. Dude, I loved Titanfall 2. I've been waiting for the next iteration of that since
we
Titanfall
sent
2.
3 of our best minions of the damned to procure the secrets of a mysterious tower that spells certain doom for all who dare to enter. I'll miss those minions.
Yeah, the movement tech on foot made fighting the big mechs so much fun in that game. Oh my god, dude.
Death
I
is
loved
not
it.
the end in our corral.
Yeah, it's bonfire.
Oh!
Merely
Is this,
the beginning.
where's Bex? This is the game that Bex left GGG to work on.
Yep. Yeah, I played this a good amount. It's not bad.
How is it? Yeah?
It's, there's some knowledge that has to occur
Archon
before
is
you
a
start getting good at it.
isometric game where you play as an Echo, and you find these very powerful items, and then you
That's
play
old Rob
as a
Pardo.
team of 3 to ascend in this very dark fantasy, hauntingly beautiful tower. Fight monsters, find the items, put together your build, and fight showdowns at the end of each floor. Though you ascend the tower until there's only 2 teams left, and only 1 team can win.
It's almost like a VR in some ways. Like a tournament.
Your whole goal is you start
Yeah,
with
they-
nothing. You
each
want to
game
go
is-
get items to form your build on the fly. Items are distributed throughout the tower. You can
Oh,
find them in chests,
nice monitor.
kill monsters, and the best place is to take them off other players. When you're new, you kind of like will gravitate towards a certain play style. And
Oh, it
as
is
you
a
continue
VR.
to play
Chad is
more,
saying
you
it
start
is
to
a
unlock
VR.
different builds that you didn't know were possible. I think the item system is designed to have people embrace a playstyle that they want. We don't have traditional roles, so we don't have a support or a tank or a DPS. You're all kind of on even playing field, but you can lean into playstyles. You can lean into a ranged build or a hybrid build or a dive build just on the fly, what you uncover. We want you to land and feel the tension of trying to get items quickly, knowing that the fight is coming when the beacon spawns.
Am I going to play this game? No. I don't really have any interest in the... It's a PvP game. So if I'm going to do a
Archeron
PvP
takes
game,
place
I
in the afterlife, so everybody that's
generally
here
go
is
for
dead.
specific things,
The
and
only
this
way
game
you
doesn't really have it
arrive
for me.
in this place is if you've died with some kind of unfinished business. So everyone here has something unresolved.
I might
that's kinda
try it,
pushing
but
them
I don't think I'm
forward.
gonna play it
Our
long term.
characters are all called Echoes when they first arrive, and in their chests they have these things called anchors, and that's where their memories live.
They're almost pebbles in the filter. They're stuck there. They can't escape. The anchor represents a memory or an emotion of unfinished business that they have from the living world. So it gets them stuck halfway. They cannot let go of the thing that happened to them in the living world.
Everybody starts out with one memory, and it's just one piece, and it could be a sense memory, it could be your mother's voice, it could be just a thought. And from that memory, the Echo goes into this tower and tries to figure out who they are, why they're here.
And we always say that the answer is always at the top, so that's why they climb the tower.
My mother's voice.
To get out.
Fucking asshole, fuck off.
Is that her?
Yes.
Is that your mama?
Yes.
Players have affected a lot of changes over the years now for us. But the biggest thing we got on our Next Fest feedback was the player gap between training and Ascension. They were really awesome at helping us come up with the idea of Spires. Spires is kind of a arena-based 3v3 where you can climb up a spire and have like a run where you have 3 attempts before you fall to the bottom. So big goal there is lots of repetition with our items in combat to get you familiar with how pace of the game and how combat plays, so that when you go to Ascension,
smart.
you're prepared. You know, Ascension
That was
has
my biggest complaint
a
with it,
different
too.
vibe to it. It's more methodical, it's paced out, there's lots of decision making, where you
Okay, we're done.
loot, what items you pick up, how you and your team synergize against other teams. as they get into it and understand combat more, it starts to open up. The combat creativity really starts to shine, and I think they'll get used to the pace and hopefully have a blast.
It's so smooth. The combat is so fun. The kind of like team play that I've seen coming out of it it's insane. Players generally have a play style. They either like to go full Eternal, meaning 4 pieces of the same set that we know synergize together, we've built to synergize together, or get a little wild and do a Shattered build. Get 2 pieces from one set, 2 pieces for another, and kind of see how it goes together. But it's very personal play style.
You get the benefit of 2 set bonuses with Shatter builds. You get the benefit of the Eternal ability if you do full Eternal.
When you fall in combat, there's so many ways to come back. You can be revived at a shrine. You can go and pick up your friend if they're crawling around on the floor. Then there's this totally clutch moment that happens sometimes where you've died, the beacons are there, somebody runs to a beacon and all the way up to the next floor, and then you're revived again. And you could just start all over, pick your stuff back up, dust yourself off, and get back in the fight.
Press the button. Yeah, baby, go, Dad! No! Grandma.
Come on!
Oh, and Grandma wants to heal. Grandma wants to...
You know, if you join now and start playtesting with us, you know, we're still shaping the game. You know, I think it's such a great opportunity for players to play closely with the devs, give us your feedback so that we can make the game better and build the community with you. Go to the website and we have details there, and you can join the playtest as we get prepared for early access later in the year.
I hope they do well. That's a very niche game. I hope it succeeds enough so they can develop it as much as they want to.
The Great Tower of Acheron summons you and 2 of your finest battle-hardened companions. Head over to Acheron.com to sign up to the playtest now.
It could hit it.
Speaking
it could,
of worldly
but I fear
this next
it's not.
trailer is sure to send
I fear
a chill
Acheron
down
is a
your
little
spine.
too alien for the majority of gamers. I think it'll be fun. I think a lot of people really enjoy it that give it the time, but I don't know how many people are going to give it the time. It's very niche. So we'll see. Hopefully I'm dead wrong and everyone's going to love it.
Enough to challenge me. Only to see you rise. Deadlier, bloodier, thirstier. You'll never defeat my army, nor conquer my castle. We're cursed to fight, night after night, for all eternity.
That looked kind of cool.
For my master.
Huh.
For her.
Revamp. Cool. War Dogs.
War Dogs is a tactical, all-out warfare FPS.
I want to play this.
Where
Big
100
same.
players split across 3 teams fight over 1 control zone to earn themselves
Dude,
cash.
JP, when we play, let's play together and do like
What
support
makes
stuff.
War Dogs unique is its underlying persistent
So
economy.
what does that mean? Like
Every life
breathing?
you spend in
No,
game
no,
cash,
no. So
building your
there's
own
so many
custom
things you can
loadout,
do in this
purchasing
game
whatever equipment
where you can
want
get, like
to
for
suit
instance,
your
the
play
example
style.
that I've read
You
about
then earn
was this
cash by
guy.
performing
One second.
any team
I'm
play
gonna let this guy talk
action
first.
in the zone, such as spotting and killing enemies,
Here we go. He's talking about it.
reviving and healing teammates, driving or piloting friends to the control zone, or building bases and even resupplying and selling items to other players. Anything that helps your team win earns you cash, with profits from every game banked into your account to spend in your next match or next time you play.
Investing better equipment is risky, but the right choice at the right time can yield massive returns.
With this unique cash system, 100 players fighting across 3 teams, destruction, base building, playstyle freedom, with unlimited squad sizes and proximity chat.
46 Northeast.
War Dogs is a
Unlimited
new
squad
twist on the
sizes.
FPS genre, made for people like
There
us
is a
who are tired of
100-person
seeing
gaming
AAA
team out
battle
there that's
royale
just
and
like,
extraction shooter
our time
punch.
has come.
Straight up, War Dogs isn't a game made for everyone. Instead, it's a grounded, hardcore shooter that doesn't forget it's a game. We're
But I think that is it 33 versus 33 versus 33, or is it 100 versus 100 versus 100?
The first one.
Oh,
War Dogs is coming
okay.
to early access later this year, and we're opening our closed pre-alpha testing to new players this month, which you can sign up for right now.
I already have.
This is the new
Yeah, I
face
need to go
of
sign up for
tactical
that.
all-out
So
warfare.
the thing that I was talking about is like I read this this Reddit profile in the game where Reddit response where basically they said like all they do in this game is do piloting, and they just pilot from like the key points to the front lines, and all the people they bring, he gets like points based on how well they do after he drops them off. So it's like this endless like he's being super helpful to his team. He's helping them out big time, and he never fires a shot, and he makes tons of money. Like I love stuff like that. It's very Planet Side. This looks awesome. Shroom and Gloom. What a fun looking game, dude. Whoop says this game is really cool. I played the demo.
Why just defeat your enemies when you can cook and eat them? Shroom and Gloom puts the fun into fungi and the guy into fungi too. You know, now that I think about it, yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
And trust me on this.
Okay.
You'll want to get your volume cranked up and your air guitar fingers warmed up for our next world premiere.
Oh, please be a Guitar Hero
world premiere.
It's a game where you shoot stuff. Go!
Oh, it's Battletoads! With guns. That is some actual legit shredding right there.
Go, go, Power Rangers!
I know, right? That's great.
Welcome to the prestigious International Space Station Ares. Earth is counting on you to assess the viability of VASTA for humanity, particularly regarding the mysterious magnetic field surrounding it.
I wake up. Same bunk. Same time. The station resets.
All right, yeah. I'm all signed up now.
Our food supplies are dwindling faster than expected. If we're careful, starting now, we can still avoid early rationing.
This makes no sense. They're moving, like in a solar system, like planets.
Am I going to die here? Is this how I will be remembered?
It is all connected somehow.
That looks awesome. That looks great. That's from the makers of Blueprints?
World premiere.
Wait, Diver, are you serious? Oh, shit.
Co's in it.
Yeah, I'm very in that point. Oh, it's the same publisher, not makers. Very different, but thank you. Yeah, I think the Blueprints guy announced that he is working on another game, though, right?
Extremely different.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
I had 2 hold knives like that. I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of like surge binding. That's kind of awesome. Okay.
Whoa! Come on. One time.
No,
One time.
Won't let you.
Come on,
Won't
one
let you. Won't let you. Won't let
Okay,
you.
okay, look. Just one more rematch.
Nope.
Just one more.
Nope. No. Here's the. Okay. Look. As much as I love shooters, why don't we play something more chill, like a farming sim?
Oh, sure. I love farming sims.
Right? Yeah.
Uh-oh. Farming sims.
Stop it. Stop it. while we're farming, we've got another world premiere for you, and this one comes from the creator of Citizen Sleeper. Check it out. Sean, swear.
It's hard to lose at farming. It's
yeah,
hard
but
to
you're
lose
gonna
at
lose.
farming.
You're gonna lose.
World
You know,
premiere.
you know it's all fake though, because there's no rumble packs in those controllers.
Oh, the rumble pack.
Trickle down back like a rat. Don't you know I used to live here?
Another vibe game.
I've abandoned all hope and hope. Don't you recognize my face no more? I've abandoned all hope. Crack a joke. Don't you recognize my taste?
What's a vibe game? A vibe game is a game that instantly sets itself apart by being very unique or off the beaten path very quickly. That's what I would say. It's a vibe. It is a game that is setting itself apart in some way. A game that vibes. Unfortunately, we live in a day and age where there's lots of games where you see it and you're just like instantly, oh, it's another one of these. It's one of those. It's one of these, right? We say that a lot. So every so often a game like this comes along where it's like, oh, that's a vibe. That's not, this is new. This is artsy and weird and strange and it's a vibe. Yeah. I like it. We need more vibes. Even if I'm not going to play them, I like vibes. Vibes inspire. What was the gameplay? I have no idea.
Oh, this game. I'm very much intrigued by this game.
Don't be a Jerry.
Yeah, Mr. Magpie's harmless card game.
Well, that huge dispute we had off camera has finally come to
Oh, they
this.
split the room in half.
Dividing the house in half.
Yeah, well, you just stay on your half.
So
and
just
I'll
so you know,
stay on
Ko, that
mine.
last
Oh, I
vibe
think we
game that you're talking
established
about
we're
is
neighbors, not roommates.
classified on their
Fine.
tags as a
Good.
CRPG.
One of our PC neighbors must be at the door.
Yes, it's me.
I beg your
PC
finest
Gamer's Jacob
pardon?
Ridley,
I know.
And I'm definitely here.
Dys-
and it's not being
dystopian
edited
CRPG,
in at a
RPG,
later
sci-fi.
date and
Those are
time.
the tags.
Oh, neighbor, you're always
Oh,
so
I wonder
full
if it's
of
like
sage
Disco
wisdom
Elysium.
and useful advice. Can you help us solve our dispute in time for the
Interesting.
end credits?
I think I can help. You know, sometimes your parents have to tell little white lies to spare your feelings. It doesn't mean they don't love you. Take it from me, high school can be a tough time for teenagers, especially in the age of social media.
I think the script got a rewrite before they filmed Jacob's neighborly wisdom scenes.
Yeah.
Remember, sometimes the reason a bully acts that way is because he's a real dick. Just a straight up piece of
Okay, well, none of this is helping. Do you have any advice we can actually use?
Actually, I do have some great advice on building a custom PC. And as a bonus, you can win the awesome gaming rig I'm going to build for you today.
Sure.
Thanks, Jacob.
Okay, so we've gone
That's
for
my
a
7 and
full
9 year
retro
old when hearing
for this year's
something
PC Game Show
exciting
build.
that me
yeah, this
and
is
my
a
wife
super
have
build,
offered
so
them.
Effectively.
Oh,
I mean,
cool. We're
it
going
looks
to the. We're
badass,
going to
but,
the.
you know, it looks
getting
old,
food
it looks
out and go to a
beige,
park.
It looks
Okay.
like it's from your, parents' house in the 90s, early 2000s. But inside, it's actually a 9950 X3D, 5080. Brand new AM5 motherboard, 32 gigabytes.
They can't even afford a 5090. What is going on?
Per second. We haven't skimped on that this year because of the prices. So you're welcome.
JP,
there.
I don't have a 5090.
1000 watt PSU.
Oh,
and
God,
a 1
what is the
terabyte
world
PCIe
coming to?
Gen 5 SSD. And of course, an Arctic 360mm cooler. So, yeah, sleeper build.
Wait, do I? I don't think so.
Doesn't look it, but this thing is an absolute beast. And don't forget to head over to pcgamer.com/.
I think if anybody
survey
deserves
for your chance to
a
win this
PC
seriously
like that
cool
that
piece
looks
of
like an old
hardware.
PC, but
Oh, and
but
when
as
you're
a new
done,
one,
head over to
it's me.
pcgamer.com/.
I think it's me.
wishlist
You know,
to
I
add
think it
all your
is.
favorite games from
I think it
today's
is.
show
I
to
hope
your
you enter
very
for this,
own
Zeke.
wish list. Back to you in the studio.
It'd be perfect.
Is it right for us to spy on our PC neighbours like this? Also, why do they live next to a talk show studio?
Well, when you live in a post-Alf sitcom ecosystem, all bets are off. And anyway, I'm just making sure they can feed themselves without delivery apps.
Why? If it isn't the classic 1990s sound of a deep space transmission alarm.
Must be time to check back in with that Starseeker expedition. Let's see how those spacefarers are doing.
Producers, roll the next trailer. I've got a service lamp to test.
Wait, didn't we see this?
Hi, everyone. I'm Edward.
They're just reminding
creative
us, I
director
guess.
at Ludogram. We're building Ascenders Beyond the Peak, a turn-based exploration roguelite about a team of climbers hunting ancient artifacts in mountains that hunt back. And the higher you climb, the more you realize something else is hiding up there too. Every expedition starts long before the climb. You build your team, develop your headquarters, and choose which peak is worth the risk. Your team is connected by a single rope. You're never just moving a character. You're managing a chain of consequences. And sometimes, saving the team means leaving someone behind. The mountain is your weapon. You use gravity, terrain, and the environment itself to survive, with 9 classes that each interact with it completely differently. And its inhabitants will make sure none of it comes easy. Between climbs, your team recovers, but not everyone heals the same way. And what you bring back from the mountain will force you to choose between power and allegiance. The question is whether you'll make it back to choose it all.
What a cool idea. Damn, that's awesome.
Take it in.
Huh.
The
I would
warmth
too.
of the fire. The smell of your hard-earned meal. The feeling of discovering a new land. This is what adventure feels like. So
I can't
breathe
wait for
deep.
this.
Savor this moment of peace. At dawn, you'll make for the ley line. And by this time tomorrow, you'll have made your sacrifice and harnessed the power of magic. Soon, there will be no limit to what you can achieve. Huh. Well, at least you're still alive. Now dust yourself off and get back out there. But this time, maybe bring a friend.
Oh, I really wanted to show it, both of them getting one shot at the same time. Damn it.
There's still time.
There's still time, that's right.
Still time.
This summer, venture outward.
Man, dude, Nine Dots has made such strides from the first game to that one.
How many
That's
great
wild.
games can
I can't
PC
wait.
Gamer fit into one show? The answer is more. Lots more. Keep watching.
Okay.
World
We're
premiere.
halfway through.
I was a kid. No parents, no home. One night I saw a man. I thought he must have something valuable, so I snuck up on him and made a grab.
What?
Thief.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
What was that noise?
I think we knew about the remaster, right?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Is this first
I
time
don't
you've seen
know, but
gameplay?
it says it's a world premiere.
I think the trailer, maybe?
Now this is worth the price of admission. Did you hear something?
Must have been the wind.
Got it. Just keep looking the other way. What have we?
Was there always that passive talk in the game? I don't recall that.
How cool, man.
Not so secret anymore, is it?
Joining me to talk about what we just saw, the remaster of Thief,
Oh,
the
it's the
Dark
Night Dive
Project,
guy. Hell
is
yeah,
the
man.
studio head of Night Dive, Stephen Kick. Thanks for joining us, Stephen.
It's awesome to be here.
Now, I will shamelessly say that Thief was one of my absolute favorite childhood games. I adore it. And for those who did not get to experience it back in 1998, what is Thief?
Thief is an amazing immersive sim. It's first-person perspective where you take the role of a master thief named Garrett, and you're infiltrating castles, cathedrals, all kinds of wonderful medieval-esque environments, and you're getting wrapped up into this mythology and this conspiracy that crosses ages and time,
Mr.
and
Kick.
uncovering secrets.
We meet again.
Garrett is not a great fighter. He's very nimble, he's quiet, he's small. He can infiltrate, he can get into places that he's not supposed to be, but he's not really a good fighter. So you do have a blackjack and you can equip a sword, but it's not your best option.
Yeah, it's mainly used to swing a few times and then run away and try again. When it comes to doing a remaster, I know that it can take many different forms. Some is just updating some of the art models, some is rebuilding the engine from the ground up. When it comes to Thief: The Dark Project Remastered, what's familiar but what's new? I want to kind of understand what players can expect.
For any longtime fan of Thief, the game is going to feel very familiar. You're going to be going back to a place that you love. I hope you want to stay there. For new players, it's going to be an exceptional experience. It's going to run very smooth, 120 FPS, 4K, widescreen resolutions, all the wonderful quality of life improvements that you've come to know and love from a Night Dive remaster. And probably most exciting of all, we've got Steven Russell coming back to reprise his role as Garrett, as well as fan favorite Terry Brocious.
All right, well, if you're someone like me that immediately has their curiosity piqued, where can people go to find out more information about what's next?
NightDiveStudios.com is a great place to start. It's got links to all of our social media, but I would advise that you come and join our Discord channel. All the team members are in there. We're very amenable, we're communicative, we're friendly. Come share your thoughts with us. Let us know what you want to see in Thief Remastered, and take a vote on what game you'd like us to do next.
Both for Thief: The Dark Project Remaster and for all the great games you're seeing on the PC Gaming Show, don't forget that you can go to PCGamer.com/wishlist to keep track of
Is that
all the
basically what
titles
Night Dive
right there.
does, is remakes?
Steven, thanks so much for coming out. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thanks
they
for the
do a
opportunity.
lot of remakes and reboots.
Let's check out some more great games.
Out now.
I couldn't be the only one thinking that if it's off-world, it's all off-road, because there would be no roads, right?
Look, you're gonna need to get that logic out of here, ass. Right?
Fair enough.
Fresh off the finish line, Exo Rally Championship is available on Steam right now.
Frankie, as fun as all this is, I'll admit, I am feeling time sick. This decade is strange. I can't tell if the blazers are big because of fashion or everyone's just deeply confused.
It's both. But if you could use something familiar, I've got just the thing. 2 surprise sequel reveals for a pair of beloved indies. Let's take a look.
World premiere.
Jen, if you're hearing this recording, I'm sorry. I've been unable to determine what caused the mass extinction. I'm looting derelict ships with these old salvage drones to send you with the equipment you'll need to survive on the best planet I can find. I wish I could go with you, but humanity needs as many shots as I can give it. These odds are not good. And these cryopods I'm finding have kids, families. They deserve a shot. I can give them that. But I have to stay behind. Maybe someday you can forgive me.
Damn.
My name is James Savage. I investigate folklore and the truth behind it. I'm a scholar.
With a machine gun.
I'm a vampire.
Oh.
I'm 15 months sober.
Hey, good for you, man. Congratulations.
Well, it wouldn't be a remake of El Paso Elsewhere. That just came out like a few years
3
ago,
hours
right?
ago, my best friend buried me alive in the middle of the desert.
Same voice, though. Sounds like him, at least.
Damn, dude. This is kind of serious.
No, they said a couple of beloved indies are getting remakes.
Dude, this
First
is
one was
Max
Duskers.
Payne level stuff.
Whatever this one is.
Would you believe me if I said I didn't have a ticket?
Oh, El Paso
Oh,
Elsewhere 2.
sequels! They said sequels, not remasters. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go.
Nice. What do I think of the Dave the Diver prequel about Bancho? I think I
You
can't
mean
wait
to
to
tell
play
me
it.
they put a ball in there, but you're not supposed to play with it?
It was a cruel age, Mika. Some of its sins are better left forgotten.
Well, then let's look back to the future. Here's some more previews.
Wow.
I mean, that's true.
So many references, dude. I'm having problems
Did lose
keeping
a
up.
lot of those track balls.
ゲームフリックの古島です。ビースト・オブ・リンカーネーションのディレクターをやっております。この世界、ビースト・オブ・リンカーネーションの世界ですけども、汚れというものに蝕まれています。この汚れはですね、あらゆる動植物に寄生
Why do I know
して、
Beast of
この存在
Reincarnation?
はですね、腐食体というものに変えてしまいます。でこの汚れを生み出しているのが輪廻の獣という存在です。でこの輪廻の獣を倒すために主人公エマとペドアイボン腐食体クーがですね、一緒に旅をしているという物語になっています。人類はですね、この世界がもう汚れに蝕まれてしまっていて、汚れに追われてですね、もう山あいのですね、かつての文明の遺構のようなところですね、コロニーを
Oh, that's right, the Pokemon devs.
この主人公は今ですね、先ほど言った汚れに侵されていてですね、で植物の力を使うことができるということです。ただし主人公のエマには、感情も記憶もないということになります。で、感情も記憶もなくて汚れに侵されているこのエマをですね、コロニーの人たちは気味悪がって、むしろ腐食体として扱ってしまうというそんな存在になっています。汚れの植物の力を使ってですね、いろんな場所を登ったりとか植物を使ってですね自分で橋みたいにこう伸ばすことができるんですけど、それでですね崖とかを使ったりとか、この荒れた世界ですね、縦横無尽に駆け回っていくようなことができたりします。エマとクーの両方ですね、能力を成長させることができます。普通にステータスを上昇させるということもできるんですけども、それがですね独自のスキルをエマもクーもどちらも覚えていくことができます。シチュエーションとか自分の覚えた技によってですねスキルをどんどん組み合わせていってどんどん試していって自分のプレイスタイルを確立していくという感じになります。まずですね主人公エマが石川由依さんに演じていただきました。でそれ以外のキャラクターたちは逆にコントラストがあってですね、感情も豊かでバックグラウンドとかあるいは秘密もあるようなキャラクターたちを、大塚明夫さんをはじめとした、素晴らしい政治人の方に演じていただきました。このゲームビースト・オブ・リンカーネーションの詳細についてですけども、ウィッシュリストに登録いただければですね新しい情報、手に入りますのでぜひウィッシュリストに登録いただいてお待ちいただければと思います。よろしくお願いします。
Cool. Game looks fly. Or excuse me, game looks great. God damn it, Co.
What do you truly want?
I'm glad you said something. I was going to say it looks bodacious.
The dead under my
I was thinking either tubular or radical or various other Super Mario levels that are secret.
Yeah.
You pathetic creatures
Maybe even a little gnarly in there.
You really took those Weeb allegations to heart yesterday, didn't you,
Yours is
Co?
to kneel
I did.
before my might.
Already got my lawyers on it, JP. Gnarly's back. Yeah, shout out to my girls at Cat's Eye, bringing back Gnarly. Thank you, I appreciate that. Making us all feel
The
just
fact
a
that
little
you
bit better.
know who Cat's Eye is
oh man,
that's crazy. That's kind of weeby, to be honest.
You should see me do the entire Pinky's Up dance. I know every move. It's all on my TikTok. Nice. Wait.
Fun game name.
Oh, there it is. Okay. What faction am I going to be in War Dogs? Brother, I don't even know. I don't even know what the factions
If
are.
you're enjoying the 90s aesthetic in
I'm looking
today's
forward to
show,
playing it at
this
some
next
point.
game is for you. Grab some co-op companions and dive into some familiar-looking screensavers that are filled with new surprises.
World premiere.
Oh, I didn't even notice you'd come in. Welcome to System 6D. You've been hired, which means that in this training video, you'll learn everything about your new workplace.
What is
Work
wrong with
in
your
our company
voice?
requires
This guy looks
expert-level
familiar.
skills in basic built-in programs. But your primary responsibility at System 6D is testing our new products and identifying any possible bugs. You'll be
You're not
using
real,
our
are you?
revolutionary geometry testing system. It's so advanced you'll feel as if your consciousness is really inside the program. The bugs can be found anywhere inside,
Ew.
so be very observant when traversing the virtual landscapes. But thanks to the world's
the
first
screensavers that
fully
we all know, the
visualized bug
pipes.
detection, even a brainless
Dude.
mannequin has a chance at success, which means so do you. While System 6D is a technology company, our greatest asset will always be our people. Guys, how am I supposed to work under these conditions, huh? Here at System 6D, you can look forward to free lunches. Join our friendly team. Together, we can make Geometry OS the shape of the future. All you need to do is answer the call.
What's your favorite screensaver from back in the day?
Me?
Yeah.
I think most likely staring at a corner and waiting for that square to hit it perfectly. Spent a lot of time doing that.
I'm partial to flying toasters.
That's a great one. Dude, I had this suite of screensavers for my Mac called the After Dark thing, and I literally spent hours because every single one of the screensavers was like wildly cool, and then you could adjust like 50 things in them. And oh my god, dude, I probably had 200 hours just messing with After Dark screensavers. I kid you not.
You have to climb
Loved
to
it.
the top
Big
of
memories.
this mountain.
Yippee! Whoa, gamer.
What you want to do is get to the checkpoint.
We're already at the checkpoint.
Don't follow me. Jump, jump, jump. No.
The maze. Oh, the maze.
You go first. You go first.
Yeah, I love the fractal one. The fractal one looks so good.
Best item.
I'll take the Viagra, please. There's
Yep.
beans over here.
I was thinking about those beans.
I like the character model.
Activate.
No.
I kind of wish the drone knocked off the person.
What? I got you descending.
Beans just basically just let you fly.
This is going really well, guys.
Peak to Sunset Summit.
It's just a bunch of old people climbing. I love it, dude.
World
I love
premiere.
it. Was she farting to fly? That's what she was doing. She ate the beans and then she was hovering. Yeah.
What is this? We're all each other's obstacles. Let's just put it that way.
You know what? I jumped.
You guys just let him throw you.
Okay. You need to get the key. Thank you. Well, I'm guessing I gotta color my part.
I wasn't paying attention, to be honest.
Oh, I don't remember what it looked like. Okay, let's do that again. I love you, but
Okay, this looks pretty fun, actually. This is like a Mario Party.
Oh, kill me! Kill me!
Hungry, hungry hippos? Really?
What? Oh, no! Come here! Come here!
Clown.
Clown Town.
Yeah, but
I like that name.
That's good. Are you down to grow? Oh, no.
Coming up, you'd better make some extra room on your wish list because we've got a lot more new game trailers to show you. Take a look.
Should we do a Drop Frames Clown Town stream? I think that could be
An
fun.
attempt to part the veil between planes.
What the hell, syrups?
We broke
No.
the pact. Now we are paying the price.
Hellgate London 2. Let's go.
We're back.
We're back, baby. I would give a lot for a Hellgate London 2, actually. I think that game would be pretty fly these days.
This is
Pretty
it,
great
warrior.
these days. I do.
Wake up.
by Counterplay Games and Fictions.
Only one man has what it takes to defeat this jungle. Nope, not him.
Dave.
Ready to dive, Cobra.
Welcome to the jungle.
We need to investigate Utara Village.
What's up? Is that too long?
Nature in this region has become unstable.
What?
Now that is Sula. What can I serve you? Sula, meet this. Suit up. It's a good day to dive.
Huh.
So this is not the prequel. June 18th? Okay,
Yeah.
so that's the expansion to Dave the Diver, and then the Boncho prequel is a different Dave the Diver project.
Yeah.
Oh my God, man. Oh God, this looks scary.
Valmiina.
Mene määränpäähän.
Selvä. Käynnistä moottorin.
Okay. You have my attention.
Näetkö mitään?
Dude.
Signaali havaittu.
Edetään rauhassa taistoon.
Ladattu.
I'm a little confused here though. Is this co-op?
Käännetään oikealle. Toimitte ammus tulossa.
Oh, dude, that looked wild. It looked cool though. How cool. Jeez. It was definitely bouncing between the perspectives of the crew. I wonder if you do that, if you just jump
We can't wait to see
around.
what new horrors they have in store. Hey, Sean, are you gonna introduce us to your new friend there, or?
Well, Mika, I thought it'd be a nice time to brush up on my miniature painting. Thank you, I did deserve
No,
that.
you didn't. But Sean,
does
we're
say
back
co-op
in
on
the
Steam.
90s. You couldn't have picked a
Oh, it is
worse
co-op.
time.
Yep.
The
Interesting.
world hasn't accepted
Three-person
nerds as
co-op.
a lucrative market yet. If you step out of this house with one Space Marine, just a jungle full of football captains will be waiting to tear you apart, just like they tore apart your Pokemon cards.
Mika,
What?
I don't have a death wish. Listen, since we took a one-way trip through the time hole, I figure if I start brushing up on my miniature painting right now, then I'll be winning Golden Demons left and right by the time we age back to the 2020s.
Hold on. What do you mean by one-way trip through the time hole? Sean, are we stuck here?
I'm sorry, Mika, is that unpalatable to you?
Oh my God, I'm gonna be sick.
Hey, speaking of sick, we sent our intrepid PC gamer team to Creative Assembly's Secret Citadel for an up-close look at Total War
Dawn of War
Warhammer
4?
40K. Here's the latest news from the 41st millennium.
Why have you
Oh,
done
this works
to me?
too. There's like 3 Warhammer projects that we're excited for right now. It's kind of awesome.
There is no peace amongst the stars. There is only war. Total War Warhammer 40,000 is really like a marriage of IPs made in heaven.
Only 3? Actually, there's a lot. So we got
Authentic
this.
And we have a really
We've got
precious
Dark
IP
Heresy from Owlcat.
currently that we are working
We've
with,
got
which I know lots of you
the next stuff
just
for
like
Space
us really
Marine
love. We read a lot
from
of books,
Relic,
played
or,
games,
most
painted
likely.
minis. We want to insert you in that authentic
What am I missing? There's a bunch more.
The galaxy is an unforgiving place.
Darktide's getting
Everyone is
updates.
fighting.
Dawn of War
There's
4,
no
there's the
option
third
to
one. Dawn of
stop
War 4,
because
that's the
you
other
know
big
the
one.
world will eat you alive. But you as a player,
looks great,
you
man.
will make the difference. And what's really unique about Total War is you can experience that whole universe.
Oh, and Rogue Trader
from the
DLC.
Galaxy, running an entire faction across the stars, to the soldier fighting on the ground and just clinging to life, try to survive another day. It's literally like being that armchair general who is like, I'm at the command of vast forces, doing big flanking maneuvers, doing the smart moves like jumping over, like covering big spaces, especially with the jump packs, or dropping bombardment of the enemy. And that's what's unique about it, is the scale, both the horizontal and the verticality of it.
It's a big,
Thanks, Nate. Good to see you.
Franchise, a massive setting that's been around since the 80s, but luckily we don't expect players
Hey,
to know
Aikido,
everything.
can you go into
We
that a
don't
little bit
even
more?
Want them
What do you
to
mean?
know everything. We have a brilliant onboarding experience. It's a very story-driven set of campaigns, and there was only one iconic location to start.
Yes, it is Armageddon, the quintessential place.
'Cause this looks
that
really
represents
good.
the fight between humanity and orcs. They're like larger-than-life characters. Like one of my favorite ones is Yarick, who, yes, we will have in the game.
Well, don't forget his arch rivals there too. We have Ghazghkull Fracka, the prophet of the War himself.
Yep.
But it's that journey that's going to be the interesting one.
Yeah, it's a path to Armageddon.
Aikido, can you throw us a link where you found that,
between
please?
systems to systems.
If you don't mind.
There, the end goal, at least for the Orc and the Imperium, is definitely Armageddon.
And Armageddon's certainly not where we're stopping. It's just the start.
Have I played any Total War recently?
Details of the different world types
not
that
for a
are
while.
present
Yeah,
in
not for a very long
Warhammer
time.
40,000. So we've got hive worlds, agri worlds, mining worlds, frontier worlds. And layered on top of that, we also have all of the different biomes. So we can have icy mining worlds, arid mining worlds. Ultimately, what we've done is we have created a planet-making system. There's two things we want to do with the hive worlds. One, we want to make sure that the planets themselves look like hive worlds, so that we have huge cathedral, very much like we're in a cathedral here, cathedral-like cities stretching into the sky, going through the clouds, and whole planet's surface covered in urban development. And then we want to make sure that the battlefields match the visuals on the planet.
So one of the challenges, of course, there is like the staggering sort of architecture and scale and verticality, and then try and pull that into like a really engaging gameplay space. The sheer volume of potential lanes and routes.
Building zones, traversable lanes, cover zones.
We have some maps where your focus will be on sort of like navigating through these choke points and blasting apart areas to get a bit more sort of room to maneuver, or bring down a building on someone that's trucking along past. But then there's actually some pretty significant open spaces within them, like gigantic landing pads, and sort of the scale is so utterly off the chart.
Oh man, this looks like it's gonna be fun.
Total War's always been a game about scale, right? You're from the bird's eye view above your empire down to the individual battlefields that decide its fate. With this one, though, we've had to go much grander. You're fighting across a solar system, right? Imagine you're looking down at kind of your ship's bridge at the hololith that's displayed. You're now deciding, which planet do I wish to assault? Which regions should I conquer to give myself the most strategic advantage? Every decision you make as a player is not impacting just your current turn, but it's impacting every turn that goes on afterwards. Those decisions, they stick with you. They
That
follow.
looks so
It's
good.
not a linear path through, right? And also narratively, the decisions you make as an individual drive the outcome of the story itself and how that plays out. So even playing through with the same faction multiple times will yield a different experience for you as a player.
We want their strategic decision-making to pull their forces through the game, but they will certainly encounter narrative events or the framing of why they're there, what their objectives are, how do they win. So the narrative framing will influence the rewards you'll kind of get for conquering a certain system. If you're the Astra Militarum and you take a plant on a civilized world, they're probably going to get a boost to tank production. If you're orcs and you come across a world rich in scrap, that's probably going to help you build some stompers much faster than going to Agri World, for instance.
If you love Warhammer 40,000, we are bringing that to life in a way you will never have seen in any other video game that's been made. If you love your strategy gaming, right, in general, if you love your turn-based or real-time strategies, we've got you there as well.
We cannot wait to spend the next many, many years crafting the ultimate grimdark experience. And you can help by
The
joining
ultimate
our closed beta,
grimdark.
which gets
I
launched
love it.
later this year. We are on social media, so please follow us for more news, and thank you again.
Co, what do you think of Creative Assembly? I like Creative Assembly, but I'm not a huge fan of their monetization. But I do like them.
Oh, Arctic eggs? Are you kidding me? Oh my god.
I remember this game.
I don't know
remember
this
that
game,
game,
but
not this
Arctic
game,
eggs
yeah.
I remember. Yeah. That was a fucking weird one.
I watched Gassy play that.
Yeah. I watched a speed run of it. It was hilarious.
Oh yeah, just shoot the fish next time.
Is this like Resident Evil fishing?
I don't think you can explain these guys' games. They're fucking off the wall bonkers. I mean, the game that I remember them making is called Arctic Eggs, and you just fry eggs on this weird Arctic station with people, and you not only fry eggs, but cigarettes and beer and drinks. It's very strange.
That night, you died. That night, you became one of us.
Dawn?
Many were destroyed.
Blood of the Dawnwalker? No.
You were not.
No.
Staked.
No, that's just Thursday night for us, you know?
Buried alive, abandoned in the deepest hollow of the Temple of Eternal Whispers.
Was this a world premiere?
They're making a vampire CRPG? Oh, it's not voice acted.
No.
No.
Yeah.
Looks like Disco Elysium. Even the character portraits look like, oh yeah, this is Disco Elysium Vampire. Okay. Interesting.
Will you rise as the Sword of Cain? Or will you piece together the shattered remains of your humanity?
Wally and White Wolf. Cool, man.
Oh, hey,
Very
that
cool.
reminds me, Sean. If a vampire comes to
Time
the
to
door
dust off
next
the screen
time,
reader?
please
Maybe,
don't
maybe.
invite them in.
Okay, look, I was just trying to be polite. Like, he was my door dasher. Give me a break. But look, it's now
By the way,
time for
JP, I
something
got it. Thank you
millions
very
of
much,
Vikings
bud.
have been circling their longships for at long last.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Here's a look at Valheim 1.0.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's do this.
Whoa.
We're getting a date, right?
Maybe.
No, they just learned to count to 1. Then we get the date after that.
God, all the time spent just sailing.
It's a big ship.
And I haven't seen any of these areas, right? This is all just new stuff.
A lot of it, yeah. I mean, I haven't played for a little while. I think I got to the 6th biome. Or 5th. Whatever after plains. The mountainous one. Mistlands, there you go. That's as far as I got.
Deep North 1.0.
Here it comes.
September.
Oh, it is September.
Are you kidding me?
Coming on 9/9, baby. 9/9.
What? How are you? Like,
we are so cooked.
Jesus.
You can't do that.
Oh my god, dude. I'm just gonna have to like take a month off dadding so I can keep up.
I mean, dude, September, that's insane. There's a game every 3 days.
Holy shit, man.
Officer Snack. I just noticed that.
Jesus.
Pun.
Pun. Oh, I just know that from Cyberpunk Edge Runners. That's it. Pun. So it's like a picture finding game.
Up next, a look at the McConaughey starring space epic RPG Exodus, which aired 15 minutes of gameplay during yesterday's Future Game Show. Check out the Future Game Show YouTube channel for the full gameplay reveal, but here's a sampler to whet your appetite.
For those who didn't see this yesterday with us, this actually is looking pretty great. If you're a Mass Effect fan, you probably want to check this out.
Hi, I'm Chris King, game director on Exodus. For those that didn't see the extended gameplay reveal on Future Game Show, here are some highlights. Exodus is a cinematic science fiction action
Is it all right? It's all right.
where you
Yeah.
become the Traveler, leading a crew on high-risk missions across the
Boo! I'm not paying for that, Co.
Boo! To deadly planets, derelict ships, and the remains of lost worlds. Facing relentless threats as you rely
Yeah, the
on
skin
your
is really smooth,
companions
but in the
and
future they
unique
have really good
weapons and
skincare, so
abilities
I'm
only you
try
can
to keep up with their immersion. Okay.
You play
Thank
as June Aslan, someone with a rare connection to ancient alien technology, one that may be the key to saving your homeworld. Along the way, you'll decide who stands with you, what risks you take, and what you bring back, shaping your path and the future you return to, where time has moved on without you. We also share a glimpse of Persepolis, where you'll return between missions. It's where you reconnect with your crew, prepare for what comes next, and see how your choices are shaping both your character and the world around you. This was a quick peek into the larger world of Exodus. To learn more, check out the full extended gameplay reveal.
It's gonna be fun, man. It's gonna be fun.
Your presence here is the most precious gift you could have given me.
You're dead, aren't you?
Don't like that.
Nope.
Who taught the zombies how to look under things? Oh man, I think this is a great time to clean my glasses.
Don't worry, dear. I'll put you right in no time.
What the?
I will not die.
Wait a minute.
Rotting in hatred.
Oh my God! Old
Red Mountain's
Remothered.
Legacy is the final chapter in the Remothered trilogy, and you can get caught up by claiming the last 2 Remothered games for free on Steam.
Ooh, what a
I
gift.
saw this.
And
While
we're closing
this
in
preview
the
was
end of
on
the show,
previous
we've still got more to give.
showcase.
You're a big fan of that one,
Are
right,
you
Co?
thinking what I'm thinking?
Only
Ramming
if you're
speed,
thinking
Captain.
of one last world premiere.
You know me so well.
Yeah.
Bro, what?
My dearest Milan, today marks attempt 179 to uncover what hides in that peculiar cloud. Maybe it's time for me to take a step back. Let you run the delivery firm, eh? And Hermes misses you very much.
Wait, is this that delivery
There is
plane
a good
game?
life for you here on Santa Rosa, full of adventure.
I don't
Full
think so.
of wonderful people.
There was like a
I know
biplane
you will
delivery
help
game
them out as best you can.
that came out.
No
I thought it came out already, but
a challenge.
this is something totally different.
This looks cool.
This is not that.
If I don't
This is the new
return,
Death Stranding?
come
Oh,
find me
cool.
up there.
No, this is a Strand game.
Signed, Uncle Umber.
Strand type game.
And as always, take off into the wind.
That was kind of fun.
Yeah.
I could be chill. Hell yeah, man.
This has definitely been a very special
Definitely
episode
Strand
of the
Slop.
PC
Oh,
Gaming
yeah.
Show. We
Oh,
laughed
Strand Slop.
and
Yep.
we learned.
I don't remember laughing. That doesn't count.
Well, that's it from us. Thanks to all of you for being part of our live studio audience. And remember, set those VCRs to record our PC gaming show, Tokyo Direct, in September.
And of course, the PC gaming show Most Wanted will return in December.
What the hell?
Blorpy!
Oh, Blorpies! Always popping up.
I need a ring. If I don't hear a ring, I'm not picking up anything. I need Foley here. Whoa!
.com.
Sorry.
Okay, hold on. I'm about to burp. Don't start anything yet. It's gonna happen. No, it's gone back down. It's part of me now. Thank you so much for Let's do that again. All right.
Gather. Oh, sorry. Unlucky. That beat it.
All right. I drooled a little bit, but I'm ready now.
Oh, sorry.
By same-day delivery.
You guys see the top left? Yeah. If that doesn't become a Twitch
Frankie,
emote, I don't know what Twitch is
Frankie,
doing.
I know you're in there. I know your line is coming up. Hello. Am I about to die? It's so short. Hello.
By visiting.
Oh, sorry.
And I'm not going to go to therapy because it's 1996. I'm just going to hold that in until I'm dead.
Oh, right. Well, we're farming. We've got.
I see he was raised
Sorry,
in the
I
same
got so
household that I.
Sorry, that was the day. Sorry, it's a bit
What's the name of the platform? Okay, sorry, I lost where we were. You can lose your train of thought on air as well. Hello, everyone. Sorry, puberty 2 struck.
Sorry, I'm having jacket malfunctions.
I'm Sean Day Nine Plot, the man that ran out of air. Okay.
Damn it, I did what you said.
.com/wish list. Jesus. /wish list. Another great trailer for a game that's making me have a stomach ache. Let's try it one more time. I don't want to put my hands. You hear that tone? Ooh. You can put that in the promo. By following the link below, or somewhere on this screen. I'm not sure where the link is. You know better than I do. I recorded this in May.
Eat your mushrooms, y'all.
Mysterious tower that smells. And Tony said smells and Sun smells them.
TV. Okay. What goes better together than the...
By visiting.
I've never looked cooler than dancing in my seat to music that isn't there. Oh.
Dude, I could seriously do a whole show where it's just like outtakes and then a game announcement and then more outtakes and then a game announcement, outtakes, gameplay, outtakes, world premiere.
Yep.
That'd be the whole show. Just Day 9 messing around and cussing to beeps. Oh man,
Well, that's
that
the
was
PC
fun.
Game Showcase.
That was a lot of fun.
By the
Hell
way,
yeah,
Zeke,
guys.
I got an email just now that says, "Hi, it made JP parenthesis Ezekiel underscore the third."
Fuck!
So I'm not really sure what to do with that, but let me know if you would like to.
Do they think your first name is ItMeJP? And you go by the moniker of Ezekiel?
Maybe. Oh God, why are they doing it? What's happened to this?
Oh no, guys,
going
that
on?
was a lot of fun, dudes. Thank you for the fun. That was great.
Absolutely.
Indeed. I think, is that it? Are we done?
Is that all of SGF? Do we have
There
anything
is
early
one
this week?
more
I
if you
thought
want to
it was-
stick around. I'm not gonna stick around, but if you want to, there's the Deutsch Indie Showcase. I'm guessing spotlighting German indie gamers, indie game
If
developers.
it's not 85% Gothic, I don't even know what they're doing. To be honest. Yeah.
I think Nintendo's supposed to have something on Tuesday if leaks are to be true, but yeah, you guys don't really care too much.
Not too much.
Yeah.
Right
No,
on,
all right.
gentlemen.
It's been
Thanks
good.
for fun drop frames.
Been fun, y'all.
Yep.
Yep.
See you guys next Sunday if we don't see you before.
Indeed.
Sounds good. Oh, I'm not here next Sunday. I'll be at the beach.
Oh, you can't just drop that on us. What?
I'm sorry.
The fuck, bro?
My bad. Oh, wait, I might be back before drop frames. We'll see. I might come
All right.
back from the beach for drop frames.
Ooh.
We'll
Sounds
see.
fun.
All right,
What
see
if
y'all
you do
later.
drop frames from the beach?
Beach episode. Let's
Beach
go.
episode. Can I wear my bikini?
You better.
All right. Well, then we'll see you next Sunday.
All right.
See you guys.
All right, later, guys.
See you guys.
All right, y'all. That is gonna do it for me today. I'm going to unalert the mutes. And I gotta do this before I forget, because I will forget. There we go. Okay. All right, y'all. That's gonna do it for me today. I am off tomorrow. I take Mondays off, so I will see you Tuesday. And Tuesday, we're going to be checking out. I just want to make sure that I have my days right, because it's gonna be a fun fucking day on Tuesday. Oh, I didn't put it in there, did I? Well, shit. Yeah, but I think we're going to be playing the 7th Guest remake on Tuesday. For the first couple hours, it will be sponsored, but I'm assuming, since I like the first one so much, that we'll be playing it all day. I have nothing else planned for that day, so that'll be a fun day. What else we got coming up this week? We've got, 33 Immortals on Wednesday with the boys. We're going to be doing a sponsor stream of that. And then on Thursday, we've got a 100-month game for Scythe 00. We got a 100-month game for them. PsyOps, the Mindgate Conspiracy. Yeah, PS2 era thing, right? Pretty sure. So that's what's coming up this week. I hope you guys hope to see you there. And then If Then, since we didn't do an If Then last Saturday, we're going to be doing it this Saturday. So if you want to come out for If Then, I'll see you there. But for now, I'm out of here.
And until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying...
You're a cunt!
There you go. That's right. See ya.